8 more yarn bowls to trim today. And then if I have time, I'm going to paint some pigs. And if I have time after that, I'm going to throw some more. I have a ton of reclaim that I have to get to. Ton of stuff. So we're going to start with the trimming. And we're going to see where we get from there. Oh, I did want to... Let's look at this together. Getting ready. All right, day 5. My goal was to throw 6 and to trim everything I have. And do my reclaim. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, so that's where we're at. I definitely do not think that I'm going to hit all of that. I've definitely been going slower than anticipated, which is not good. I do have a couple of extra days in there as a just in case, but I would prefer not to. I am hoping that things go a little bit faster as I start having more flat space, because then I don't have to finagle as much while I'm working. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. Back to trimming. Okay. Also, I'm keeping up with the okay. Also keeping up with in-character chat for my Saturday night game. This is still wet, so let's take the bag off of here and let's put the bag on here just around the rim. I want to keep the rim kind of moist while the bottom dries out. Okay, this is still wet. Oh, this is looking pretty good. There, let's do this one next. Okay. So unfortunately, Hans's didn't have dinner tonight. So they went to Fathead's Brewery for dinner out in Cleveland, which, while I like Fatheads, I'm not nearly as jealous. So there is they were drawing cards from the deck of many, and somebody drew something. And they got a follower, and I kind of wanted it to be a cute follower and like more of a pet kind of a thing than like than just a random human elf follower, whatever. So I had it be a Myconid. That's a mushroom person in D&D. And in the in-character chat, everyone's going to bed. Like they were sort of fighting, but like not really. They were just kind of having discussions. And Like Myconid takes all this in, sitting very very closely to the celestial, and Theo goes, "Wait, I thought the Myconid was the celestial. I'm confused." And Duvanian says, "Nope, that's the sentient mushroom that was Sakros before he vanished." And Theo goes, well, that was a different part. Morgana goes, "Double take of a double take. Since when has there been a sentient mushroom in the party?" Um, yeah, that the whole like scene right there is exactly how my Saturday game goes. My Saturday night game. Um, so anyway, I'm finding the music. But yeah, simple answer is pull the card. Stuff happened. All right. If you're watching, let's fix this camera. Wobble wobble, wobble wobble. Um, Wish I had a second monitor down here, but there is just no room. There's barely enough room for this monitor. And we got a big monitor so that I could have two things up at a time easily and still be able to see it. Um, this might be why we're wobbling. Um, and one of the party members like researches mushrooms. So I really thought that he would like latch onto this thing and he didn't, which is why I was kind of curious about them just all ignoring it. A lot's happened in the past couple of weeks. Um, a lot's happened in the past couple of hours in game. They drew a whole bunch of deck of many, and shit's gone down. Um, which resulted in one person leaving the party, one person getting teleported away from the party. Um, there's a celestial that's looking for the one that got teleported away. They pulled a bunch of cards, guys. A bunch. So, So, I can just watching this shit go down. All right, let's see what we got here. Yep. Okay. Let's make this thing unwobble wobble. So one of my yarn bowls that just came out of the kiln came out cracked, and I took it as mine because, I'm only allowed to have the cracked stuff. And but like, I don't know, I really like this one. Okay. All right, now, where do I want? I think I'm going to do it right here. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
How
You've
are
come
you this
into
fine
my
evening?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm good. I'm laughing about nobody knowing there's a sentient mushroom there with you.
Everything happened so fast with the bloody cards. Can you blame anybody?
No, not at all. And that's kind of what I was saying. A lot has happened in the past couple of hours to this group.
That's putting it mildly, if I may say so.
Yeah.
I
So,
mean, hell, at this point, I think the only two people that we can make the argument actually trust each other are Duvanian and Morgana.
Kira
You
and
don't think
Theo?
Theo and Kira trust each other?
Mm, again, if Kira has any trust in Morgana,
No, Kira
Kira
and
wouldn't.
Theo.
trusts. Yeah,
My point is, if Kira trusts Morgana to any degree, wouldn't Theo, by circumstance, also trust Morgana?
possibly, but Theo never said he didn't trust Morgana.
He doesn't seem to imply that he does.
He also hasn't said that he doesn't.
Yeah, but you see, that's considered a logical fallacy. You can't make the assumption that he doesn't just because he hasn't said he does. whereas his implication that he doesn't is pretty well made obvious, hence why it was implied.
Okay, but can I just say that everyone trusts Starlet, right?
That's fair, but I mean, Starlet's too innocent to betray that trust.
We literally met Starlet a couple hours ago, and he was an experiment.
He's still innocent.
Yeah, which means he might not know to not reveal things.
Mm,
Okay, this reminds me of a music note and it makes me happy.
what music note?
The pot on the screen.
Oh, I need to go back to that, I guess. I wasn't sure if this was a live thing or if it was just the two of you chatting because I said I was going to be in there at some point.
Nope, if I'm in here, I'm live.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, I can see why.
Which reminds me of a music note and it makes me happy.
Yeah, I can see that. It also reminds me of a monkey's tail.
Random. I'm going with music
Well,
note.
I mean, and the sad part is now my brain is picturing Bean trying to sing coffee, 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 coffee.
Oh, Bean.
Oh
Never
boy.
never pick up
Now I
pottery
gotta
like
get
this.
caught back up again. I gotta figure out what on
Don't do
earth
it.
Morgana just sent me. What is this?
Okay. All right, up next. Another 6-pounder done. Um, yeah,
Above
everyone's like, wait
table,
a second, where'd the Myconid come from?
above table, I see Blue has my penchant for waxing poetic.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Returning the gaze of the quizzical yet stoic look. Flash purple.
Oh, as far as trust and such goes, I'm sure Theo trusts Kira about 100%, and also trusts Starlet 100%, despite just meeting him.
Mm. Yeah, Theo definitely would trust Kira,
Starlet
and
trusts anyone Theo says can be trusted.
pretty much.
Kira trusts Theo the most in the party. Kira trusts Morgana will not just slit her throat.
Which is ironic because the way you two talk implies a greater trust.
I don't think they're discussing anything private.
No, I'm more going along the lines of the camaraderie with which they communicate with each other.
They have some similar interests, but because they
Let's
have
use
those,
let's use an IRL example. I have never met either of you in person, but I would trust you with what I would call private information.
But you've known us for years now. You didn't meet us
Yes, but let me
15
put it
minutes
this
ago.
way. I'll give you a perfect example then. I knew my wife for years before we met in person.
Mhm.
You, of all people, know exactly how that's gone.
So
Okay.
here's the thing with Morgana and Kira. They have mutual interests that they noticed pretty early on. In regards to that, they'll share some information. But because of the interests they share, they both know that fully trusting each other is actually a bad idea.
Hmm.
Now, obviously, Dee knows nothing about that portion of things and
True.
probably never will. Maybe.
We'll
But
see.
uh yes. As for Kira trusting Dee, no. She's no idea what to think on her.
Oh, I don't know if he meant to join that one. There you are.
Hello.
You're muted, dude.
He knows.
Is it Theo or Blue?
Hello.
No, Blue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think he wants to be online. So I think he's just going to listen? Question mark?
That's the assumption.
Hmm.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yep. Yeah, I haven't looked at private chat since I said yep to the Mike and Ed thing. So at some point I will jump back on there again. Yeah, the Mike and Ed is absolutely going to follow the Celestial. Um, it's above table. It's a little concerned about live tree and whatnot since it's plant life. But yeah, none of you are its problem.
I
Which
only caught part of that because I was focusing on answering Gary. Something about a live tree?
yeah, you're looking for a live tree, and it's just like I don't think I'm considered a live tree, but I'm not getting involved in that. I'm going to hang out with this person that's going to find Sacro and attempt to ignore all of these people.
Hmm.
And I was kind of
I
curious
mean,
as to why, because I really thought that Theo was going to jump on the whole mushroom thing.
so
Mm-hmm.
did I.
Um, but a lot has happened.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to make some food while talking. Yeah. Yeah, the conversation is going interestingly. What with you know, no one in the party at the best of times is going to be very wary of everyone else in the party.
I mean, hopefully, I think I'll get you guys into some combat. Maybe you guys can save each other's lives and things will be better.
What's to say? There's also a difference between fully trusting someone and just trusting them to protect you when there's a mutual benefit of having each other around.
Mm-hmm. I keep hearing baboop, baboop, but I don't know where it. Up there it is. Oh. Yeah, just the cool. All right, I will keep this open. You started a thread in the Discord, so I will keep that open. Yeah. I'm, I never know what you guys are gonna do. So I very much just play off of you guys. And Zanny had asked earlier, he knows that I was rebooting the old Silver Spoon campaign to do this. And he's like, I don't know how similar this is. I don't know. And I'm like, well, the similarity is that there is a wizard named Magellan, and he wants to get his granddaughter a bunch of heirlooms. That would be it. After that, I just kind of look at your guys' backstories and run with it.
Well, unless there's going to be some plane hopping going on, I don't think my backstory is going to be coming into play much.
Oh, but it will.
So there's going to be some plane hopping then.
Not necessarily.
I mean, at least by some NPCs.
Fair. Yeah, I want to get you guys into not a stable position, but like a place where you can hang out for a little while. Then introduce some people for you guys. Take some downtime, relax.
We have a job to do.
And I do feel obligated again to point out that I am not attempting to antagonize any of you.
Yes, you
Why do you feel
are.
like you're antagonizing us?
Come again?
Why do you think you are antagonizing us?
Because I've had a lot of times where I will say something, shall we say, intending to be cheeky, and it comes off the wrong way, which pisses off the other person.
Look, even if my character acts
Let's put it this
snarky
way.
with you, I myself will not be mad because it is very difficult to offend me unless you're really trying to offend me.
True. Let's put it this way. There are 2 people in this group I've had to block for that same reason.
2
One
people?
of whom you yourself have dealt with.
Oh, not this
Yes.
group. Okay. Sorry.
In the
Oh
group
no,
in,
not out of this group, just
not
Dave.
the current group. But
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if name dropping
Now
people.
the other, in my opinion, the problem was Stump King, but
Yeah.
that's another story. And the sad part is, I gave him a second chance by unblocking him, and he proved to me straight away why I had blocked him in the first place. It's like, okay, whatever.
Blue says, trust me, that is true. Kai has been dealing with me for several years and still tolerates my presence.
I mean, if anything, I feel like my own presence would be more intolerable, but
But he also said, when I was talking about some downtime, he said, you mean like a fully functional capital city that has everything we could have needed? Yes. Yes, like that.
well,
Yeah.
see, here's the other thing. We have only so many leads for finding this person, which is our goal.
Yep.
And those leads are decades old, which means we can't know whether or not we can fully,
Right.
get them.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, hey, there's somebody who randomly knows how to find somebody whose soul's been ripped by the body. I wonder, could they potentially help us find a random person?
right?
Yeah, no, they could. Maybe we should try following that lead.
And the irony, as far as D is concerned, player me is having a fun time trying to figure out exactly what she should and should not say, because it's one of those where it's like she's playing a character who works undercover for a living.
Yeah.
So it's like, what
Well,
information can I give?
I'm gonna say you can say whatever the fuck you want.
Yep.
Oh, I do not know if I should have used that word, Wills.
No, you're good. I'm an 18 plus channel
Hmm.
because I wasn't going to deal with that bullshit. I very specifically do not make content for children.
Mm-hmm.
Blue says, I will die on this hill. Drowse would have worked fine.
Well, then let's completely change our mind and instead of going to bed, run off to the drow, see if they can figure us anything out before the Celestial leaves in the morning.
Are you guys just going to
Yeah, but
sneak
if
away
we
from the group and go to the drow by yourselves?
define group, then, because if anyone wants any info out of D, she will have to be with them to deliver said info.
That is true.
Because while she can speak telepathically, she currently does not have the ability to do so a long distance. At least not. Let me double check that. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Because I know for a fact she can set up telepathic links, but I want to double check how far they can range.
Despite if YouTube disagree with Allie, also Kai, we've spoken about this, my personal opinion, and what the party has been decided.
I know. Saying we could
Come
still.
again?
Nothing is in stone until we do it.
Yeah.
That is true. And I
Yeah, no.
don't
Her telepathy is limited to 30 feet.
okay. And I don't discourage people from splitting the party.
No, but anyone who has played with you knows that's a bad idea.
We're in a
Why?
city.
You're
It's
in a
fine.
city. There's like laws here and stuff. You're fine. You know, unless you
Let's put it
piss
this way:
someone
it's
off
bad
and
enough. It's bad enough we split the party on the damn Tuesday game.
okay, that was funny.
That turned out to work well, but that should never have happened.
That turned out well completely on accident.
Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. Are you
Like
kidding?
if I was
If
playing
Dex
in that
hadn't
game and not understanding like what Gary was doing in the background, I very
exactly.
much would have thought that the DM had brought us back together on purpose to not deal with those shenanigans.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I will say to Gary's credit, he did not try to shall we say lead Dex
Oh,
or
yeah, no.
Sam or whichever
Yep.
name you want to use.
Yeah, no. There was no leading of him. There was very much a he can go as he wishes, and if he catches up with us, awesome. And if he gets completely lost and or we're playing Dungeon of the Mad Mage and or heads off to the next level of the dungeon, well, that is in fact his problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially considering he had all of our stuff.
He had all of our magic items. Oh.
On the other hand, I would have been both impressed and slightly disappointed had he immediately ran right to us.
That's fair. All right, another 6-pounder. Done.
Yay.
Um Yeah, I don't. If you guys feel like splitting the party and going in two different directions, I will absolutely run with that.
Hmm.
It sucks, but I will do it.
Yeah.
It only sucks if you let it suck.
Yeah. And like here's the thing, if you guys are okay, and I would much rather do a montage um
Of
than like full-blown minute to minute of splitting the party. Like, okay, this group is going to the library to do research. This group is going to go investigate this person. This group is going to the bar because fuck all that noise and I want to drink. And or, get rumors. Um, you know, Montaging that with checks and um, a few specific things is much better, in my opinion, than going word for word through their entire day.
less tedious too.
Yeah.
Oh. Meanwhile, the fun trick is trying to, in my opinion, play Duvanian's character in a sense that she, let's put it this way. I think it's a safe bet to say that her wisdom score would be higher than mine IRL,
Okay.
whereas my intelligence score is leaps and bounds ahead of hers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how intelligent is she?
He's an 8,
Oh,
where by the time I was 8, to put it in perspective, I had a college reading level. By the time I was in college, I was using vocabulary not even my professors knew.
hmm,
But at the same time, I don't want to use a high level vocabulary with D when most of the other players are not.
yeah. Agreeing with Blue on the easiest way to run it is low book smarts, high street smarts.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's. And that's my point, because I am not street smart.
Well, and if you ever get into a situation where you feel like Dee would know something, you can always just say, like, hey, like, I feel like Dee would have a better solution for this. Like, can I make a wisdom roll?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll
Mm.
probably have to do that with Kira a few times due to the sheer fact that yeah, I'm not so smarts all the time.
Well, I mean, on the same token, she works in a library. Would she not have access to, shall we say, esoteric knowledge?
She would have access to it, but would she know it off the top of her head? Probably not.
I
Depends on
will
how well she
return
studied.
momentarily.
Intelligence versus wisdom. Yep. How much is she going to
Well,
recall?
right. I mean, like, for example, I was the geek that would read encyclopedias as a kid for fun.
Yeah, same here.
So, and I retained a good portion of that knowledge over the years.
Okay, but she has innate intelligence, so how much is she going to? She
Oh, right. That
understands
would be part of book smarts. Duh. Well,
she understands how to handle herself in groups.
yeah,
As
I
for
see
her
what you mean there.
vocabulary, throw out random high intelligence vocab, as that is someone who has a low intelligence would do in a crowd.
Touche. Hmm? Oh, yeah. And popped out just as quickly. Noticed. Yeah, it's incredibly simple. The trick is remembering how to do it. I had to look it back up tonight to remember how to do it.
How to do what?
Do the spoiler text.
Oh,
Which I agree would be an excellent way to distinguish auditory versus telepathic communication.
yeah, I agree. I actually really like that. So right now, I marbled 2 different clays together. So I'm currently just taking the outer layer of slip off of it from when I was throwing it to reveal all of that marbled coloration.
Meanwhile, the live appears to have frozen.
Cool.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, for some reason, my live feature still showed the angle of that one bowl that had the music note appearance.
Oh, maybe because you had minimized the thing or went off to a different,
Tab.
yeah.
No, because I just tried that and it seems to be working just fine.
I don't know.
I don't know.
All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna heat
The
gun
other day
this.
we were speaking of putting shapes in it. And speaking of music notes, why not put in a bass clef? It has the hook in there, and then you just also put 2 little dots near the side
True.
for the shape.
Although I will say, for the record, it looks, with the way the marbling is going, it almost looks like you're making Venus.
That's fair. All right, I'm going to look up at base class. Okay, love it, love it.
Blueberry crumble beer. Excuse me? This sounds amazing.
Oh, don't put the heat gun on the plastic tool because you're looking at a shape on the internet. Allie, behave. Jeez. Okay, Kai, I love this, and I'm doing it. And I think, okay,
I mean, she does have a valid point.
yeah, I think I know how I'm going to do it too, because I think I'm going to make the top reach the top of the bowl and do 2 hooks in the bowl.
It also just occurred to me, I don't know if I actually answered Blue. No, I did not. What am I going to say is the better question.
It's nice and dry. I need to remember to do that more often. It's already so once you take you dry out the outside of the clay, and then once you take the heat gun off of it, the moisture starts to like leach out and re-wet the outside clay, so it's already tacky. That's funny.
Okay, let's see what he's saying here.
Whatever he says, the answer is D.
No, Blue.
It was a joke. Multiple choice. Answer is
Processing,
D.
please wait. I get it.
Not as funny as I
Yeah,
think I am. Got it, got it.
cheeky.
Okay.
Okay, but I mean, Uh,
Hmm?
I had a brain fart. I almost in character chat called him Blue instead of Morgana.
Mhm.
Confusion was had.
Okay. All right. Slow this down.
Oh,
So I
shh.
think I'm going to do it on that brown part right there.
I feel like you
Blurred out the wrong thing.
Right there.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the spoiler was supposed to be around the word, like the verbals, the
Uh-huh.
telepathic verbals. There you go.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Oh,
Yeah, as soon as
hello?
I did it, I was like, ah, shit.
Are we live?
We are live.
Well, we're not dead.
That's also true.
We're
Not-
zombies.
not physically, at least.
All right.
Emotionally,
So
maybe, but
we're thinking.
And that's what makes the best D&D players.
I could play that character if you know what I mean, Matt.
No, please don't.
Yeah, you do. You know damn well what I'm talking about.
Hi, interwebs. Are
Allie is
we
attempting
doing...
to draw a C clef, bass clef, bass clef.
Nice.
Ye- Clever bit of work, that.
So this needs to go over a
Oh,
little bit
Allie,
more. Yeah.
I finished last night the blanket I had mentioned.
Ooh.
Oh my god, now I feel old.
Why do you feel old?
One of my friends who, long story short, I when I first met said friend, her daughter would sit in the basket of a buggy when she came through my line,
Mhm.
and now said daughter is a sophomore in college.
There you go.
Yikes, time has flown.
Mhm. So you said you did different colors with the blanket. What colors did you do with the blanket?
I will post.
Okay. I will cut.
Is in general.
Cool.
That's pretty.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, that's gorgeous. And the
I love how
pastel.
people on the I love how people on the interwebs have no idea what's going on.
No, they don't.
I'm getting a new nibbling soon. The blanket is for nibbling. You guys do know what a nibbling is, yeah?
No.
No.
Child of a sibling. It's a neutral term for niece or nephew without specifying.
Nice. Didn't know that.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's new. Interesting.
It's not a new word, it's an old word.
Define old.
Or like 18th century, I don't know.
Right? I mean, because
We are going to call it a Canadian word.
It's not. I believe it's been at least around since the 50s. Oh, wait. Sorry. It was coined by an American linguist
Hmm.
in 1951. So yes, in the 50s.
Okay.
So it's an American word.
Ironic. Yeah, it's a lot older than I thought. Well, I learned something new.
Okay.
That being said, I've only learned it recently within the last few years, but
Makes sense, especially in today's culture.
I learned it from a TV show that was set in the 70s.
Oh, which one?
Young Sheldon.
Ah,
Love Young Sheldon.
I saw
Yes, agreed.
I saw The Big Bang Theory. I have not finished The Big Bang Theory. I want to at some point, but trying to
Oh, I
get
haven't finished the Big Bang Theory. They started to annoy me too much by the point they all had girlfriends. It just wasn't funny anymore.
Ironically, they don't all have girlfriends by the end of the series.
Raj doesn't count.
Wow.
To be
Poor,
fair, Raj,
He can
poor
barely talk
Raj.
to a girl. He doesn't count.
no, he's able to talk to women unaided.
Oh yeah,
Not
he
Now,
was able
in
to
the
get there.
episodes that I saw.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. By what, season 6, I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't make
they
it to
finally
season
gave up
6.
on it. They
Oh,
finally gave up the bit.
Still,
Theo has no telepathic capability.
nope.
Interesting.
Thank you, Theo.
neither does Kira.
Thank
And
you, Kira. Thank you for
Kira's
being
also
normal.
not all that pleased with telepathy. She doesn't like people in her head.
That was an evil laugh right there.
And yet it continues.
Oh, the temptation to fuck with your mind.
You do that, and I'm sorry, but there will be PvP.
Noted.
And I will not feel bad
Theo,
about it.
Theo already doesn't like your character. Please.
I have to.
And I'm pretty sure Starlet will go with
Chatting.
whatever Theo goes with.
Look, character can be interesting, but that doesn't mean that all the other characters will get along with them.
Mm.
There's a difference between player opinion and character opinion.
Hmm. That's why we had the situation with Lucius.
Mm-hmm. But she'll tolerate the telepathy for the sake of convenience when trying to get information without it being out loud. You try and actually fuck with her brain, then she'll find ways to fuck with yours. And
They might end up in a jar.
oh, you think that she'd value it enough to put his in a jar?
I mean, if you put it in a jar, you could sell it later. All right. I need you guys to look at the camera.
Looking at camera.
What do we think of that,
What's
Jeek?
up?
I know I have to finish poking out those holes, but what do we think about that bass clef?
Got to turn it
And
more.
again, it's gone
Nope.
dead.
Nope.
Okay. Oop, it turned away. Oh,
More
wow.
turning. Other way.
Yeah, I see it.
On the left-hand side of the screen.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I will talk to you guys later, possibly on Saturday during the game, but I am off to do other things.
Have fun, hun.
Will do. Goodbye, interwebs. Have fun.
Take care,
See ya.
Matt.
Yeah. I think it works.
Yeah.
It works, yeah.
Okay, now I just have
The
to poke out
angle is
those holes.
slightly off, but it will work.
Yeah. I could take this over a little bit more too.
No, it's not that. It's the head, for lack of a better term. It's supposed to be parallel. It's supposed to be more parallel.
That's fair. Okay. Take this over a
I
little
think
bit.
once you put the dots in, though, then it'll be obvious to people who know the music.
Oh shit! I
And
put that in the wrong group.
it's um yeah, just take the bottom corner down a bit more,
Jiminy Cricket!
and
Wrong way.
once you put the dots in, like even if it's not perfect, like it's
I
handmade.
saw it.
Yeah.
That was
So
Okay, I'll go down there. I got a whole bunch. What size? I think I'm gonna go with this size.
sorry about that. I was not prepared for that. My wife brought my daughter in, making her look out to be like a little aeroplane, and she almost crashed into my face as I turned to look around.
I see. Getting big, is she?
She has more than doubled her birth weight,
Makes sense. First few
i.e.,
years, they grow real fast.
few years indeed. Let's see, in 10 days, she will be 5 months old.
I think I'm gonna make those dots a little bigger. Because people can put hooks in them.
It is
Ooh,
true.
clever.
That was a noise.
Yeah, that was me. I made the mistake of bending over, which caused my diaphragm to contract, resulting in a hiccup.
Okay. All right. There we go.
I will say, for what it's worth, I use that same template, for lack of a better term, when I'm drawing human ears.
Okay. Well, if you're a biologist, it's an ear. If you're into music,
Right?
I'm easy to get
Yeah. The
along
funny
with.
part is, if you turn your head sideways, it looks like a frowny face emoji with a mustache.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Another 6-pounder. Done.
Woo!
2, 3, 4,
Oh my god, that is precious.
5. Where'd
Starlet
it
trying to teach Theo telepathy.
go?
That is precious.
Now, does Theo want to learn telepathy?
Better question is, it wouldn't be able to be taught that quickly.
No, but the question, like, does he want to learn it? Is this something that he wants his character to have eventually?
Well, I
True.
mean, eventually we will get another feat, and by then he can pick that up and be like, I have learned thing.
He can.
True. That could be the mechanical way of explaining how he suddenly knows it, but in game, we could make the argument that Starlight taught him.
Yes. And that is what I was implying.
Now
Come
the
on.
question becomes, will he infer your implication?
Mm.
Damn it.
Let's
No.
see. The next feat, assuming Duvanian gets to level 8. I'm not
You're
entirely sure what I will have her take
assuming
feat-wise.
any of us get to level 8.
Touche.
Rocks fall, everybody dies.
Look,
Good God.
I can deal with a TPK if the story was good.
That's fair.
Yeah. Like, the TPK we ended up with in the original rendition of this was both anticlimactic but well deserved.
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone that way.
Nope. Nope, you shouldn't have. Nope.
We can always run away.
Yep. Yep. And then it's just, is there an actual reason for them to chase you when you're runaway? Most of 95% of the time, probably not.
Look,
Right?
we tried running. Cloud kill sucks.
Yeah.
You guys could have just left all your stuff and left.
I will say, for what it's worth, assuming we get to level 5, Duvanian will then be able to cast Sending.
Cool. And what's that going to do for you?
In
Be
case
able-
in case any of us need to communicate with somebody else distant wise.
You have to know them.
Oh, in which case she probably could use it to communicate with, shall we say, her superiors?
Yep.
So, I take it Starlet was able to read the paper.
Um,
Good question.
Starlet couldn't read it. He felt it.
He felt the meaning, or something else happened.
He felt the meaning, and maybe something else happened.
Got it. Okay. I'm good
That's
with that.
interesting. That's literal osmosis, basically.
Yeah. But you also don't know what was on said paper.
This is so wet.
No, but on the same token, he would be a very simple target to find out.
Yes, true. But it was just a test of things.
Yeah.
And a test of things that may do other things, or maybe completely neutral.
Yep.
One of the questions
Scarlet, your innocence is adorable, dude.
one of the questions I do have is how do people sleep in this tavern tonight?
Good question.
Well, they're going to have to roll some Constitution saving throws come morning.
See, that might be another issue as we go forward if we can't get a night's rest for days.
Right?
I mean, you say we so casually.
It's the royal we. But I have Ryuk to think about.
Oh, I don't have that GIF here.
Okay.
Do-do-do-do-do.
All right. All right, I think we're going to try the heart. Let's see. Okay, a little bit slower. Right there. Okay. All right.
I'm going through my files and I'm coming across people that I don't remember making.
People that you don't remember making? Are you
Characters.
a... I was going to say a necromancer, but they don't really make people.
Semantically, I could argue that, but I get what you mean. There it is. Oh, good lord. Whoop. Oh. Oh. Right. Mm.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Have you considered making the shape of the bowl as a whole something with the hook being like a tail or elephant trunk or whatnots instead of just shaping the hook?
Can you say that again?
I think she's suggesting you make a theme.
No, like, let me find the image.
Like putting ears on the other side of the hook and making it into like a cat with a tail?
Something like that, or just where you're doing more carving around the bowl as a whole versus just the hook portion.
I have not, but I can.
Blast it! I keep wanting to call him Blue. Hmm.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
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 Hello. Welcome aboard, Mike.
Oh, hey, Mike.
Direction. So I find my way to the hotel. Resume route. Go. 4 minutes. We saw signs for the IX Center, bringing back memories.
Okay, we have a heart.
Nice.
So what you talking about?
You teaching Theo telepathy?
Yeah, I'm sitting on his head. I think that maybe he can absorb it from me.
Okay, cool.
That's how I learned everything.
Right?
I
That's what I
absorbed
was
it.
saying. That's why I was saying Scarlett's innocence is precious, because it doesn't work that way.
I know. I love Starlet. I'm so happy to be playing him again.
He's stuck.
The question is, will he watch the same fate occur?
Oh,
Uh,
he needs to get a pine cone first, but pine cone. Yeah, it was his only possession, other than his star map. But he can recreate the star map. But
maybe if he
Treant gave him a pine cone.
maybe if he wants to get a pine cone, he could help Duvanian get her staff.
Maybe. But we were getting beat down by orcs, and they were going to kill his brother. So he ran up to the orcs and placed the pine cone on the ground because they wanted us to drop our possessions. And he was like, "Please don't hurt us. Please don't hurt us anymore." He gave up his only possession. In fact, in the beginning of the fight, they asked for our possessions, and he was like, "Brother, they can't have my pine cone, can they?" I need to go back.
Okay, note to self, no spaces.
Ooh.
Don't want to have much time to hang on here. Then we'll be at the hotel. Yeah.
Cool.
And
Did you
other than
guys
a little bit of rain, first did Ohio. It's been good. That was really bad though earlier.
Oh, glad it went away. Did you guys drink yummy beer?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I was backwards. I thought I liked regular blueberry better, but the crumble was better.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have 6 beers from Office.
Oh, that is an interesting.
6 beers from Hunts's, and yeah, so they weren't serving food, and then Bartleby's wasn't open, and we weren't like happy with the food list at Great Lakes. So we tried going to the
Avo
Fathead.
Mexican. Oh, okay.
It's the Fathead in Cleveland, and it was like inside the ballpark, I guess. So then we ended up I put in the address for the hotel, and then I did add stop for Fathead, and it was like 4 minutes away. So I was like, okay, we'll do that.
Cool.
Yeah.
We might have actually stayed at that mainstay before.
Maybe. Mike had a good point, and I don't know if this is the place that Preston worked at. I don't think so.
I don't think. No, it isn't. I believe it was right off of Bagley.
It looks nice though. Like really nice.
It looks nice because you've been driving for 8 hours.
Doing that.
I think I can get an idea of what hotel it is if I like look at the map when we get inside.
So speaking of getting inside, oh wait, would I connect to my? Oh, I'm still connected to the van. I can't hear anything. There we go. Car's still connected to this. It was still connected to that. Okay, so I'm gonna, I guess, hop off and then go check in.
Have fun.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, let's try this again. Oh. This more flat. Okay. They're bringing me home beer from Hans's because they are awesome. And we'll convince Kai to make a road trip in November down to Cleveland to come meet us for dinner.
I would need to get a passport again.
Well, you have like 6 months?
Yeah, well, you've never dealt with the
5
Canadian government.
months? It's true, I haven't. Ours only takes, I want to say 2 months or something like that. All right, let's see what the outside of this thing looks like. I get Cleveland is really far away from you. I do understand that even though we are right next to a Great Lake, we are in fact very far away from you.
Yeah.
We'll just have to get a boat, meet you in the middle.
Middle of the lake.
Yeah.
You'd have to convince me to get on a boat.
Oh, okay. Did not realize you didn't do boats. I feel like I knew this because I feel like I invited you like on the cruise at some point, but if not, May 2026, doing the cruise thing. With the cleanest cruise line in the world, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
I just heard a bloop bloop.
Apparently,
There you
there's
go.
another wildfire in California at the moment that got too close to a grapevine.
A
Oh.
grapevine?
As
Like,
in somebody's winery.
as in like one grapevine? Or as
Well,
in like
no, their
a
entire
huge
crop.
vineyard out there?
That's what I mean. I was quoting the irony of the headline.
Ah.
So you could technically say I heard it through the grapevine.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of places on fire right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
And the
hotels
sad part
there.
is,
I could get you guys tickets into the Christmas show. You could do some shopping if you wanted to. You could make a whole weekend out of it.
True.
It's just, it's a thing that you could do in November. Um, you could meet, oh, you don't know Sam. You could meet Sam, who you don't know, who you've never played with.
Oh yeah, Sam.
right? Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, he lives in Cleveland. We see him when we go out there every time we has dinner with him.
So cats do not help when crocheting.
No, they are
They,
No.
they like the string.
they are in fact a huge inconvenience when crocheting.
Or arting in general.
Yeah.
Like, how many times do you find cat hair in your clay?
I actually find dog hair in my clay because the cats aren't allowed down here.
Oh, same thing,
Yeah.
sort of.
But when I'm painting minis and they like to try to swat wet minis off of the table, it is frustrating.
Yeah. Stop eating the yarn.
Mhm.
Yeah, my dog likes to eat clay.
Oh,
Um,
that's not good for the bowels.
yeah. Apparently,
No.
a lot of dogs like to eat clay, which is why dogs are not allowed in studios.
Mm.
Because I've always laughed that, like, you always see cats in studios, but you never see dogs in studios. And I'm like, but why? Like, I feel like my cats would be way more dangerous about, like, knocking things off. And then everyone's like, yeah, my dog was friggin' eating my clay again. I'm like, oh, okay, mine's not the only one. Got it, okay.
I so want this, but I can't afford it. Damn it. Somebody is selling Indian style beef jerky, but they're asking $47 a pound.
Oh, fuck.
Cool. Okay. Good for them.
Right?
Oh, so I thought cows were sacred to India.
No. Feather, not dot. Sorry.
Ah.
I am sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, we specifically refer to that group as the natives up here.
I mean, to be fair, my uncle has Native American history in him, so it's like, I get it.
Okay. Here we go.
The even more ironic thing is that Native Americans, quote unquote, were not actually native to America. They came here from Russia.
Yep.
Oh yeah, across the land border when it
Yes, via
froze
Alaska.
up near, yeah. You know, because they probably came out of Africa at one point, as we all did at one point.
Mm-hmm.
True.
So that mean that we're all African Americans?
African American? No, we are in fact
No.
not.
But we all can trace roots to Africa.
I mean, that's fair, but I would say we could all
And we're
claim
in the Americas.
African, but
And we're in the Americans.
that's
Or
really cool. I
Americas.
definitely want to keep that little squiggle. I don't want to cut into
Squiggle.
that. I also like this band.
I get the impression
So
that
I'm
my wife has
thinking
found a
this
toy.
is where I'm going to do the squiggle here.
May I suggest at one point a lot of little hooks on the top to make waves, and then glaze it with a blue.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Move the camera. Jiggly, jiggly, guys. Here we go. Doing that on that one. Right there. Too close? Is that better? That one. That is an amazing idea. And now I have no idea if my camera's right now. Yeah, okay. All right. Is that one dry enough for me to do next? Yeah, it is. Okay. Now I'm excited about that one. I have to finish this one.
Okay, YouTube can go screw itself. I'm having to constantly refresh this thing because it keeps freezing.
I was having that issue yesterday. Today I've been fine.
I've never had that issue before. This is new to me. And the funny part is, I was originally thinking that I need to go cleanse my computer of some of its files, and then I went back to go hunt for a specific file and found out I had already cleansed it of most of the ones that I thought were there.
I have never heard of cleansing a computer. And I love that term. I want to wash my computer.
Well, I could have said purging, but that has a different connotation to it. I don't want to completely empty it of its files. Because if that were the case, I just wipe it.
That's typically what I do. When I get annoyed at it, I just wipe it.
I've done that before, and I only do that if I'm extremely desperate. Although I have learned the hard way, be very, 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 very careful when using programs designed for that.
Oh, I just use Microsoft.
I used BleachBit at one point because I was attempting to create more storage space. Unbeknownst to me, I had no control over what BleachBit got rid of, and I got rid of a file that I, to this day, am mad that I lost.
Okay.
Because it's one of those where it's like, the odds of me being able to replace that file are almost non existent. Never mind that trying to track down the person with whom I collaborated to make that file. No, I have not been able to get in that kind of touch with him since 2021.
With these short ones, it's hard to do on the wheel itself. I have to pick them up and look at them.
I just now noticed this was a thing. How long has this been here?
Me?
What?
There's another tab in the general section.
Oh, it's been there for a bit now.
So I see.
Specifically for about an hour and 6 minutes.
So I see. That's interesting. What is he talking about? Tried to use. Oh.
Yep.
Does he just not like talking online, or?
Nope.
Doesn't want his voice to be streamed, which is
Ah.
perfectly fine.
Which makes sense. I mean, mine's already strained, but that's more because of my throat than anything. As obviated.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, I get it.
That's good.
Yeah, that took longer to process than it should have.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad you got it.
No, I finally realized what Blue was talking about.
Oh.
Same issue with Kate.
Okay.
I've already been streamed doing the Aliens campaign, so
You know,
Aliens campaign.
remember we had the little mini Aliens campaign that they recorded?
Yeah,
Put under YouTube's. You attacked me with an axe.
I remember. I was more I only caught the latter half of that statement is why I was curious.
Oh,
Okay, I would just like to state X-Acto knives. Can we make some that are lefty friendly? Please and thank you. I understand how screws work. I get it. Don't come at me for that. But like, something with a clamp or something, I don't know. But like lefty friendly X-Acto knives. Could be. Please and thank you.
How is a knife restricted to one hand or the other?
This screws to hold the I'm not that unscrews and screws. And if you're doing it right-handed, it applies the pressure on the blade so that it stays tightened. If you're left-handed, it applies pressure to the blade backwards so that it becomes unscrewed while you're using it.
Oh, fascinating.
It's the stupid struggles
Blue
being
says
left.
he's been using left-handed X-Acto knives and he's right-handed.
Wait. You guys
you
have
just have
left
to
hand?
come to Canada to get them.
Wait, are they really a thing?
Apparently. He says, yeah, they exist.
Shit.
Here's a
All right.
question. Can you pull that blade out of the handle?
Yes. To replace it, yeah.
Then why not just put it in backwards?
So it's sharp, but as you're pushing on it and drawing, it pushes the blade backwards against the screw.
Hilarious. I
But
reloaded the
if you
wrong
like
page.
take it out
Uh-huh.
and then just turn it around to slide it in so that the blade is facing the opposite direction than when you pulled
Right.
it out.
Oh yeah, no,
And
that
He
doesn't
could
screw it
do so
in.
without
because it's
hitting
a screw,
himself.
it's circular, so it doesn't really matter which way the
Uh,
blade is pointing.
Oh, there you go. Looks like Blue just gave you an Amazon link.
Thank you. I'm totally buying them tonight.
although that is a Canadian Amazon link, but you could probably find it on the American Amazon link. I don't think it
I've been
matters much.
bitching about this for weeks ever since I started cutting these things out because I have to stop every couple of like cuts to like tighten it,
Oh, this is
and I've
hilarious.
applied glue to a whole bunch of my X-Acto knives so that they can't come unscrewed, but then I also can't replace the blade.
Mm.
I don't know if it's because I have foreign keyboards built into my computer, but when I opened that link, it automatically took it to the French Canadian.
You don't understand. I am so excited for a left-handed X-Acto knife.
Oh no, I get it. I understand that. I use X-Acto knives when I'm making scratch art.
Yeah, so excited. And I use right-handed scissors. I've always used right-handed scissors. So like my mom has left-handed scissors that I
Okay,
bought
now
her
that's news
because
to me. I didn't know left-handed scissors existed.
yeah.
I wonder if that would be easier on me because for some reason my body cannot process how to use scissors.
Okay.
They drive me insane. And I wonder if trying them with my offhand would make a difference.
Yeah, try it. Yep. Yeah, so like I bought my mom left-handed scissors, so she has those. But every time I go to use them, I get confused. I have to switch hands. But whatever. That's fine because I very rarely use them. But like this, I'm sitting here doing this for like time. Get a grip tool. Okay, so this is one of the shorties for the 4-pounders. So this is going to be a heavy bowl so that either people and or cats don't throw it off the table. But another 4-pounder done.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, you go there. Okay, we're doing the wave thing now. Do I only have 2
Waves.
left? I think I only have 2 left. 3 left. 3 left. Okay. It's for scissors. I used one of those in physical therapy. Okay, how are we looking here? Okay, that's good. And that will definitely support the weight of the bottom. Yeah, I typically do things. I'm very ambidextrous, so I typically do things the way I'm taught. The only things that I am dedicated to left-handed is throwing, and mostly writing and eating. But if I'm doing something with my left hand and whatnot, then I'll just switch because whatever. I hurt my wrist, arm, whatever, and they thought I had carpal tunnel right here.
I'm beginning to wonder if I do
What?
have carpal tunnel.
Yeah, like I do exercises for carpal tunnel all the time. But I finally went for imaging because it was like a really sharp pang. Like I hate going to the doctor and being like, I have a 10 pain. I hate it when like people do that. But I would go from 0 pain, I didn't even have a wrist, it was fine, whatever, to oh my God, cut off my arm, to I'm fine. Like, but in that like 2 seconds, like if I could cut off my arm, I would have been so happy. It was ridiculous. And Like, well, you probably just have carpal tunnel. And I'm like, maybe, but this isn't like my hand isn't numb, it's not continual, it is sharp pain goes away. So they sent me for imaging, and even the imaging person was like, I'm not allowed to tell you this, but this is not carpal tunnel. And I'm like, cool. Okay.
Why weren't they allowed to tell you it?
Because they're not a doctor.
Oh,
They're just like the tech.
got it.
So
Legal stuff.
so she did like extra imaging because whatever she saw was just like, I think it's this. But like, she couldn't technically tell me that. So, I mean, by the time I got out of the hospital, somebody had read my stuff and I already had it in the app that I didn't have carpal tunnel. So, um, cool. But they sent me to physical therapy, and I used one of those grip thingies in physical therapy for a while, and a whole bunch of other stretches and exercises, and it made it better, and it was amazing. I get it when I'm painting a whole lot of trees.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
You have a
So,
fairly hands-on career.
yup. I did something too. What did I do? Oh, I almost slammed my hand in a door the other day. Almost. And I'm like, oh, that would be really bad if I broke a hand.
Yeah?
I need to think about that more. Okay. My dad sent me a Google map. I don't know what of, and now I'm super curious. Oh, he wants to go to a brewery while we're in Bermuda. Okay, we can do that. Okay.
Bless you.
Thank you.
We brought up all of the ones that I've been working on for the past couple of days. So we just have boxes of yarn bowls upstairs under plastic that are slowly drying.
The reason we say bless you when people sneeze is weird, because it comes from the superstition that when you sneeze, a part of your soul reaches out, and by blessing you, it prevents demons or devils from taking hold of your soul.
Exactly, it's Catholic.
It's funny.
It's why I actually prefer the original German Gesundheit, which in itself is a misnomer because that literally just means healthiness.
I think my favorite word in German is Schadenfreude.
And what does that mean?
Happiness at the misfortune of others.
Nice.
It's a very German word.
Yeah. It's also
True.
why may Satan devour your soul. Love it.
It's basically the German equivalent of GFY.
Is this the shortest one I have? It is.
I was going to show some other examples on my phone, but my phone is dead and it is charging in the other room.
Okay. right.
Oh wait, I have an idea. I sent them to her. Maybe they're still there. I've got a friend who is attempting to augment my German skills.
Oh.
Augment. Is he plugging
Meaning,
you in?
no. Meaning increase my vocabulary because I have not professionally studied German in, let's see, 20 years?
Hmm.
As a result, most of my German has gone down the tubes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of superstitions that we use that come from Christianity specifically. I did
Christianity or Catholicism? Because there is a difference.
I don't know this. I mean, Catholicism is a part of Christianity. I don't know expect the specific, I guess, segment of Christianity it comes from. So I'm going to just use Christianity as the umbrella term. Uh, but I
Good
did
night,
a.
Blue. Oh, you're not actually saying good. Never mind. Ignore what I just said.
I will say, going off of the German term you used, are you familiar with the term Kummerspeck?
Nope, I know very
It's
little German.
it's the weight a person gains during a period of overeating due to unhappiness.
Ah, depression.
Yes,
Wave.
which in itself can lead to another one, which is Fremdschämen, which means feeling secondhand embarrassment.
I get that all the time just from even watching like shows and such.
Oh, sure.
It's really annoying.
Meanwhile, it looks like my characters are guilty of Verschlimmbessern, which means to make something worse by trying to improve it.
Oh. Germans have such fun words.
Yes, we do. A good portion of the German I learned is one of those where it's like I may not use it in actual shit, you just got burned.
Ah, yes, the French. Mm.
I find the French language to be very intriguing.
Yeah, I'll try
But at
going
the
to a
same time,
Canadian school learning French. I don't know how to teach it, despite it being our second national language.
Ow.
Or, sorry, don't go to an English school and have them try to teach you French. Because we have to take French classes, they don't know how to teach it.
mm,
They're very bad at it.
yeah, she's due. No, I understand that. I remember in college when for the first time in my life, I was struggling with Spanish because my professor, for whatever reason, decided to, instead of teaching us traditional Latin based Spanish, wanted to teach us Castellana. There is enough of a dialect difference. I used to be fluent in Spanish. I couldn't understand a damn thing that was being said in this course. But she flunked me because I was using translators.
See? Yeah, our French teachers didn't even notice when we used translators.
Meanwhile, I got the last laugh because I translated a book I wrote into Spanish and said Professor could not read it. I said, what do you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Latin is indeed a fun language. The hilarious part is when people try and claim it is dead. I said, yeah, tell that to literally anyone in the medical field.
Yeah.
Or the legal field, for that matter.
That's one of those things where it's like terms of it aren't dead. Phrases aren't necessarily dead, but as a everyday spoken language, yeah.
On the other hand, we come back to Catholicism, who uses it during Mass. And I only know that because of my aunt, who is a quote unquote professing Catholic. And I say that because you would not know she was Catholic unless you bothered to point out the flaws of Catholicism.
Oh, I
Maybe you
don't
don't
like
need
this
to
at
type
all.
to the people. What?
Um, all STEM fields use it. Okay. Um,
Did not turn out?
well, I'm just kind of drawing on it to kind of sorry.
I mean, touche, but yes.
What?
Blue.
Okay, you have to read what he says, otherwise people don't understand your comments.
Oh, right. He says Latin is fun, si via pacem parabellum, or legal, or science, or mathematics. Pretty much all of the STEM fields use it.
That wave looks awful. And I get why the wave looks awful, but I'm trying to get like the
Um,
hook.
I think too thin, too
Right?
deep. I think they need to be shorter and thicker.
I'm inclined to agree with Kai. No, you want to talk about an interesting language. Have you ever tried learning Japanese?
Yes, a little, and I remember very few words at this point because it's been over a decade.
Mm.
I think I'm
Ironically,
going to have to do a transfer to get the correct shape on here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm thinking I'm not going to do it on this bowl, but that I will print off some transfer sheets and do
yeah,
it on a future one.
Luckily with
I,
clay, I guess you can like fill that etch in with
Yeah.
some liquidy clay.
Because I did it very, very lately. So I can just take my tool and I can just get rid of it. Never happened.
Hmm.
Never happened. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're all weebs here.
strictly
Well,
speaking, yes. More so weebs than otaku. They're culturally, there's a difference.
Fair.
But on the same token, all that to say, I find it amusing how the Japanese language has no problem speaking in its own coded language, similar to, shall we say, for D&D purposes, druidic or possibly thieves' cant. A good example is, have either of you ever played Final Fantasy X?
Yes, it
The
is.
hymn of the hymn of the
Oh,
faith. That is not official Japanese. That is a Japanese code. Those
mm,
lyrics will not translate.
I see.
Unfortunately, my knowledge of what the actual Japanese words are offhand has been lost to time because the friend that
Mm,
taught me that answer, unfortunately, we no longer communicate.
I see. But yeah, Final Fantasy X is my favorite of the Final Fantasies that I have played. In fact,
Same.
I have a large wall scroll of Riku on my wall because she is my
Nice.
favorite. Granted,
I
it is Riku from the, I guess, second 10, so it's like X2.
That's fair.
Um, but I really like her outfit in that one. And well, I mean, I like her outfit in the first one too. But it's a
Ye-
scroll I found, and it's on my wall. I like to see.
I incorporated music from Final Fantasy X into my wedding.
Ooh.
Hilariously enough, that led to a rather amusing faux pas thanks to my DJ who fell asleep at the switch.
Hmm.
He had all the songs set up to go automatic, one right after the other.
Yeah,
So one song ended and he was supposed to shut it off, but he didn't get to the switch in time. So a piece that was meant to be played at the end of the ceremony went off right as we finished communion instead.
I see.
I was like, well, that's awkward.
Hmm.
That's okay. My mother's 75th birthday party, I hired one of my husband's coworkers to DJ a 50s and 60s theme birthday party.
Nice.
So my they were like, okay, they're here. And I'm like, awesome. I'm like, can you start the music? They're like about to walk in. And he's like, shit, shit, shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. He starts playing Let's Talk About Sex, Baby. Um,
Oh
right
no.
as my parents are walking in the door. They didn't notice, but I found it amusing.
E.
Yeah.
I also made the mistake of hiring my cousin to serve as the photographer and videographer. Uh, Next time I would rather pay the money and hire a professional because the audio sounds like it was shot with a phone.
Mm, yeah. I was just gonna do it myself for my mom's 75th, because it wasn't like a big party. Like it was a big party, but it wasn't like a really like. So I was just gonna do it myself, and Gary's like, "Oh, I have a coworker that has like the whole setup. Why don't
Yeah.
we just get him to do it for a couple $100, and you don't have to deal with it?" I'm like, "All right, works for me."
Well,
Yeah.
of course, looking back, I wouldn't have had my uncle be the uh, officiator, but oh well, live and learn.
I had one of my coworkers. We had a blast.
I can relay, but I'm not entirely sure I understand what you
Oh,
mean.
About what?
So
hold on.
Blues mentioned, uh, or in quotes,
Trying to
I
be.
mean 30, 40 years later, turning the birds and the bees around.
Oh, for the love of God.
for for my parents to me, and then me back to them.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. That.
Yeah. I'm still debating how I'm going to pull that conversation when the time comes.
Leave
Oh,
it to your
don't
wife to
worry.
do?
Come again?
She'll know about it far before you think that you have to have that conversation.
Yeah, in today's world, most likely.
Well, we got message.
Okay. Just want to clean this up a little bit, and then we have another 6-pounder done.
Heyo.
Okay.
One thing I thought was hilarious
Done.
was I wish that I had gotten to practice walking down the aisle before the actual wedding night.
Really?
Did you forget how feet work?
No, it's not that. It was more along the lines of the music we had set up. The
Isn't
aisle,
that what the
unbeknownst to me, was
rehearsals are for?
we didn't get the chance to have one.
Oh,
Long story short, by the time we got her here, we had less than a week to get married before her visa expired.
I see.
Okay.
So we didn't really have time to get everything set up and practiced. We never truly did a rehearsal in that regard. And so as a result, I walked down the aisle in time with the music, not realizing, hey, idiot, you're not supposed to walk up the altar yet. So you'll see me on video being pulled down by my best man. And the hilarious part is the wedding was being live streamed to her family halfway around the world.
Ah,
That was a fun trick to set up too, because the only place that had enough Wi-Fi power to pull it off was their church.
I see.
What was ironic was her parents don't speak English, so when the priest asked who was giving her away, we turned to look at the screen and they just stared at us.
Mm,
And so eventually my brother-in-law spoke up.
yeah.
It was an interesting night.
Memorable one though.
Yeah.
Come on. Up.
Um.
Thank you.
Hey, Allie, how do you post a Google Docs link here?
File, share. Um, you have to decide how you want it to be shared, and then copy the link, and then just paste it in.
Oh, okay. I can pull that off here. Let me see. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Okay, this is where I don't burn myself. Don't play with heat guns, guys. It's not,
Safety first.
yeah. Heat guns are not toys. They are, in
Yeah,
fact,
depends
Yeah,
on
no,
who you
they are
ask.
not.
not like hair dryers. They will, in fact, burn you.
You can get burned by a hairdryer.
You can, but that takes a little more effort.
Yeah, but like heat guns are like, I didn't realize how intense a heat gun was until I bought one.
Mm.
Oh, shit. Wait a minute.
All
Why
right.
can I not access this account? Ah, boss.
I'm getting this out of here.
You said this convention you're going to is when? In the fall?
Yep, in the fall, it's November. It is the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Maybe some of the shapes you should try to do is like a simplified pumpkin or bat
Oh.
or
Okay,
leaf.
I won't have these there. I only have my ornaments there. They won't jury me in for anything else because they already have potters and ceramists and whatnot. So these are going to a fiber show, but the fiber show is in September. So I agree with you that a pumpkin would be cool. I wonder if I could do a simple bat.
Like just even the like top portion of it doesn't have to be super detailed.
Oh.
A harvest moon.
Oh.
Yeah. If you're gonna go with different shapes and such anyway. Scarecrow
Yeah.
face.
Okay, let's try
That
this.
might get complicated.
I want to go here. I want to do
Yeah.
this. I want to do
Because
this.
I'm fairly certain if you had like some interesting shapes that go with the seasons a bit, people might be interested in picking up a few of them so that they can have it like out at different times a year. You know, people like seasonal
it.
stuff.
They do. Love it.
An acorn. Or a squirrel.
A squirrel? You are testing my artistic boundaries, talents. You are.
Hey, I'm just throwing out ideas. Does not mean they have to be taken. Currently, I'm turning a string into an octopus. Sometimes things can happen.
Could do an octopus with like 8 different legs.
A couple different
Hello.
that could be
Welcome
interesting,
back.
especially since sometimes people double up their yarn to like get kind of speckled effects.
Uh-huh.
So if you have 2 small balls of yarn inside, you can put one in like different legs.
Love
pull
it.
it
I
out.
love it.
So this room is interesting. It's not in the best repair.
Okay.
It's not the best upkept. But I mean, it does
So
have
we
a
don't
full
need to go
kitchen.
back there?
No, I don't think I would.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. Well, this room would not be good for us though, because I mean, it would be okay, but I mean, it's one, two, three, four, maybe 5 rooms, depending on how you look at it, because it has one of those weird half baths where like you go in and you have a sink, and then you go through another door that has the toilet and the shower.
Okay.
Fancy.
So that's maybe like 2 rooms, but there's 2 bedrooms.
There's
And
2
then
bedrooms?
yeah, there's two bedrooms with a bed and a TV in each. The bigger bedroom has a desk also. That's really the only difference. And then
Okay,
so
I
you
just
walk
want to
in,
say that
there's
I did not spend enough money for you guys to have 2 bedrooms. So
yeah, you walk in and there's like a table and a kind of cramped but okay living room, like kind of combo, and there's a full kitchen, tiny, but there's the fridge is a little bit smaller than the one that we have, at home, Allie, but it's, otherwise a full size fridge. The stove has 4 burners. It's small, but there's 4 burners, and sink,
Sounds like a
dishwasher,
fancy place.
microwave. Yeah.
Okay, for a second I was about to.
But the service is terrible too. Like the toilet, the first time I flushed it wasn't even me, right? First time I flushed it like doesn't it does like a half flush. So I go to tell them, and they hand me a plunger. I mean, I don't mind plunging it, so like whatever. But like you would think if you're staying at a hotel that they want to do that stuff for you. No.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's fine, but like I don't know, the carpet around the wall, like the border carpet, is like peeling in spots. It's not the best maintained,
Okay.
but it's fine. But it's fine. Yeah, not complaining. I'm just filling you in. So.
There we go. That should.
Yeah, like, in theory, I got you guys a suite
Giving her
with
the
like
lowdown on the
his.
room. But she says that she didn't pay enough for us to have 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
She what? She didn't pay enough for us to have 2 bedrooms. She didn't expect that.
Yeah. Like I think I paid like $125 for the room. Like I don't expect a 2-bedroom. Good for you guys, but like weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess if the place is not in the best repair and
Yeah.
whatnot, maybe there is a reason it's that cheap.
Yeah.
Bed bugs.
I mean, you better not bring bed bugs home.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope not. Stuff.
Funnily enough, at one point I had my wedding uploaded to YouTube, and YouTube decided to say, "Screw you! I'm copywriting you."
For
Oh,
your
because of the
wedding?
music.
Yes, because of the music.
Oh, that'll do it.
I got copyrighted for a Home Depot bucket. Okay. Like.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, please! I've gotten copyrighted for stuff that I have a permission to use.
Oof.
But when I try and tell YouTube that, they're basically like, "Yeah, no, doesn't
Yep.
count."
Don't care.
I see.
Yep.
Sounds like a
And
pain.
well, the stupid part is the guy that even gave me permission to use it has even told YouTube, "Yeah, everyone has permission to use this. Go to hell."
Jeez.
Okay. Another 6-pounder down. I think I have one left. Oh, hold on. I lied. This one actually has to be flipped over because I have to do the bottom.
Setting up my machine and stuff. Fun part of traveling with a CPAP.
Mm-hmm. At least I'm not there to accidentally take it home with me instead of you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You might have done that once.
So we've talked about what everyone else feels about Duvanian right now. How does Starlet feel about Duvanian?
It's another cool person that can speak in people's minds.
Okay.
I think that he sat on somebody's head.
You think
So
he sat
basically,
on
he
somebody's head? Oh, okay. Okay. Because you're sitting on Theo's to teach him.
Yeah.
No.
Got it.
So I think that he sat on somebody's head, and now he can do it.
Gee.
If I sit on Theo's head long enough, then he'll be able to do it. That's what I think. But he doesn't think so, so it's probably not going to work.
Power of positive thoughts.
Right.
I love Starlet.
So the question is, if it did work, would that mean his training came to a head?
Wah wah.
I mean, did it? If it works, that's isn't a head like that. Isn't that like a problem? So, like, if it doesn't work, then it came to a head. I don't know. Am I wrong? Am I reading that wrong?
It's a pun, Gary.
Come on.
Yeah, but what's the right way to say the pun? Is it?
When something comes to a head, that basically means it came to fruition.
No, not that it was a problem.
The bottom is soft and it's sticking to this thing.
Wire?
Fire!
Yeah.
We'll get it to smoke soon. Or steam.
The hilarious part about YouTube was it copyrighted for the song my wife walked down the aisle to.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Of all things. I'm like, okay, why that one? When I literally pulled music from a 20-year-old video game.
I made it dry too quickly. I has tiny crack. Okay. We will fix.
No, tiny crack.
Yeah, tiny crack.
No tiny cracks. No tiny cracks.
And wiggle his way through.
I think I'm gonna try to make some enemies for my game.
I was gonna say for
Enemies.
Starlet? What kind of enemies are you
No.
gonna make for Starlet?
Enemies for my game.
A golem made of salt.
For my one shot that I'm making for my games. Oh man. I think I'm gonna have to go back out to the van too, actually. Get a bottle of water. I should have brought one in. I did not do that.
Keep that for the other side. Okay.
Question is, does this link work for everyone? I tried using it and it flipped out on me.
If it doesn't work for you, it's probably not going to work for anybody else. Because you
I don't
already
know.
have access to it.
Well, that's the point. When I tried to click on it, it claimed I needed access. I'm like, it's my file.
Okay.
But on the same token, I also don't know how to give access.
File share.
You mean through Discord?
No, in Google Docs.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Yeah.
Back to Google.
I definitely don't trust the water here. So I think I'm gonna go to the van and get some water.
Oh. And then what?
Yeah, once
Do
you
I
go to
click on share
share,
or do I click on copy link?
well, first you have to make it available. So you have to like tell it that you want anyone with the link to be able to see it.
Only people can access with open. What? Oh.
And then once you do that,
Here we go.
why are you so quiet? Are you not near your microphone?
Because I was talking away from the microphone. With this microphone, in order to be heard, I have to talk directly into it. Okay, so now in theory, if I click on that,
Okay.
that's weird. It still wants access.
I can't click on it to tell you if I can see it right now, but if anybody else can.
I wonder if copying the new link will make a difference. Okay, try that one. Yeah, that should do it. Hang on. Let me double check.
What's he trying to do?
He's trying to share a Google Doc.
Ah,
Hey, there you go.
I just figured out how to do that recently.
Well, hilariously enough, I sent the wrong link. That's stupid. Because I'm in the wrong group. I need to pay attention to what I'm sending.
That is important.
Yeah. It's true.
Okay.
Access to the link. Okay, now.
Cool. All right, another.
Link.
I think this is a 4-pounder.
Bazoom. There we go.
Yeah, that's a 4-pounder. Another 4-pounder done.
Alright, now I have water to drink because I don't trust the tap.
All right, I have finished all of the bowls that I have previously thrown. It is 8:30. So I think I'm going to throw another 6-pounders maybe. Maybe I should do reclaim. I should probably do reclaim. I should probably be responsible instead of having fun.
No, all the fun.
Yeah, fun.
All right, I'll do 3 bowls and then I'll go do reclaim. Look at my reclaim pile, guys. I also have a bucket and another bucket. I also have the floor.
Yeah, I made the L there. What else did I want them to fight? Oh, Blizzard. No, 10 doesn't work.
I do believe I need to get some things done, other things done tonight. So, everyone
Right.
have a good night.
Yeah,
you
you
too.
too.
Have fun.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. All right, here we go. I'm going to use the 3 boards I like. I'm going to ignore the 3 boards I hate.
Dang nabbit.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to really get into throwing. My goal is to throw all of the clay that's on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which, ironically...
So,
yeah, there we go. Now I can see the live again. I swear.
yeah, I don't know. It's like probably about 200 pounds of clay over there. My goal is to maybe 150. I don't know. Somewhere between 150 and 200 pounds of clay over there. That's my goal for tomorrow.
I assume the reclaim stuff you are able to remold and reuse?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have buckets of it at this point, and I have this entire pile right here. I really need to.
Blue wants to know how many of the 100 have you thrown so far?
Okay, so here is my. This is day 5. I have 15 of the 6-pound, and I think that shows 15 of the 4-pound so far. Being done and trimmed.
So 30 in total.
So 30 in total. So 30 times 5 is 150 pounds so far.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Blub bloop. Blub bloop. Blub bloop.
But yeah, if that link works for you, you'll see what I'm talking about when I said I completely fucked up my opening.
Gary's parents walked him down the aisle.
Yeah, it's true.
My dad walked me down the aisle. One of my good friends walked my mom down the aisle. My dad had to deal with me just being like, "Can you make everyone stop looking at me? Like, make them sit back down." He's like, "It's your wedding. This is what's going to happen." And I'm like, "No, they should all look at Gary."
I'm personally inclined to agree with you, but most modern American culture would say otherwise.
Oh, I missed the bowl. Damn it. Okay.
What happened?
I missed the bowl.
You
I'm not
break.
allowed to throw this one yet.
Oh,
Out of curiosity, how much does that clay cost?
About
Provided I'm not out of line and asking.
30,
you know,
no,
honestly, I don't even know the answer to that question.
between 35 and $40 for 50 pounds.
Oh wow, that's not bad.
No, it's actually pretty cheap.
I mean, I assume it comes in like a 50-pound bulk.
Yep. I'm assuming the changes to your month's plans mean you need to change the pace you had planned. Yeah, I need to get everything done, like thrown and trimmed by like the 13th. So originally
Yeah,
I
because
had it where it was everything was done by like the 15th.
Right.
But I moved
But
everything up a little bit. But I think things will be a little bit easier once I have all of that table free, so I don't have to keep finagling things around for flat space, because all of that just takes time. And once I no
and at the
longer
same
need to,
time,
go ahead.
does not speed also build, or does not repetition also build speed?
It does, yeah. Um, but like, I spent probably an hour and a half of this challenge so far just moving stuff around to try to make room for stuff.
Yeah.
Which is frustrating. Um,
Hypothetically, if somebody wanted a custom paint job, how much would you charge for that?
well, it depends on what kind of custom they want. If it's glazes I already have in stock, nothing. If it's glazes that I have to purchase, I'm probably going to tack on the cost of the glaze. Because I might not be able to get it in bulk. I may not be a color I would use in the future. So I would probably just tack on the price of the glaze.
Okay, for future reference, trying to plan ahead, do you have a royal blue glaze?
I have one in my '06. I don't have one in my 6. But I do have a ton of different blues. So I have a ton of like ocean blues and like some denim blues. So unless you wanted like solid color, Come on, why aren't you playing nice? Because you threw me away. You were done with me. Yeah, so I do have a ton of blues in stock. So if it was something that if we have one that you like and that's what you're looking for, then because I do like blue. So I have a ton of them.
9, 10.
I ask because royal
You've been
blue is my wife's favorite color.
Oh, okay. You've been summoned elsewhere. You have a wonderful evening. Be safe in wherever you have been summoned to. Hopefully, it's either the Feywild if you really, really want to go, or not the Feywild if that makes you nervous.
Ooh.
Blue. Fey is epic.
Oh, I just now noticed that. Take care, Blue.
I'm also gonna hop off, I think.
Okay.
But you have a good evening. I might pop back in a little bit later, or yeah.
Yep,
All right,
you
take care.
guys have a good night. Enjoy.
Bye.
Night, Mike.
Forgot Mike was with him. I was gonna say goodnight.
What?
I forgot Mike was with him. I would have said goodnight to Mike as well.
Oh. Yep, he is. They are hanging out, picking up supplies.
I will be right back.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I need to figure out where to put this big pile of clay. I think I may do a really quick start of a reclaim and then start throwing. All right, we're gonna let you dry naturally while I do that. Folding chairs as flat space, because that's how we were rolling for a while there. Oh. Okay. We always have chairs in the studio if people feel like coming to visit. All right. Ooh, I have water. I kind of want to stay up till like midnight and just throw. And there's nobody here to stop me. Just saying. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to soak up this water, just the extra water that's on top of this reclaim. Put it in this bucket.
Okay, that is precious. My daughter is belly laughing because my wife and I are making sounds like Donald Duck. And the funny part is, if I talk like Donald Duck, she just looks at me funny. But if all I do is go, then she laughs.
Nice. Okay.
Amen.
Just to get some of this clay off of the thing here, I'm quickly throwing my hands through this reclaim. It's very sloppy, so I'm not going to get much out of this bucket, I don't think. But yummy. That is enough that I can put it on my board and then take everything off of there and put it in here. As I was just saying, there's nobody here to stop me into working until like midnight. There's just nobody here
Oh,
to
this is
stop me.
interesting. Did you know that if you raise chickens, if you put a copper pipe into their water, it will keep it from growing algae?
If you put a copper strip on your roof, it will keep it from growing plants on your roof.
What the hell are you having to do to grow plants on your roof?
If we get too much shade on a roof, then it grows algae or plants, trees, etc.
Fascinating.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. Copper strip on your roof will stop that from happening. Yep. I have a really good roof guy. And he is like, look, here's the thing. I could charge you to come out here like every 2 years to clean off your roof, or you could just put this on here and you'll never see me again until you have to replace your roof. I'm like, well, I like the second option better.
The big question, in my opinion, would be how much copper strip?
It was like 2 inches wide.
So one little tiny piece.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But
The
how do you keep? But how do you keep it on the roof?
You just tack it down, nails.
Oh, duh! Just like you would shingles.
Yep.
I'm not tired. No, not at all.
Yeah, it was perfect. Solved all the problems.
I might run that idea past my dad just to see what he says.
There
Especially considering we are renting our place from him.
you go. Yeah, I don't know if you guys, because you guys are in Oklahoma, so you guys might get a lot more sun than we do, and it might not be
True,
an issue
but
down there.
I was more concerned about his place because he is surrounded by trees.
Oh, okay. Yep. Cheap solution.
And at the same time, it won't hurt it, so.
Nope. Yeah, and here's the thing: cheap band-aids. Okay. Cheap solutions. Oh, that's amazing.
Exactly. I'm the same way. Let me put it this way. That's why, long story short, I managed to make a decent gambling streak. And I picked up some very nice and very expensive pans. And I am so glad I have them because they are amazing. Have you ever heard of a brand called Made In?
No.
Long story short, they are often used by 3 to 4 Michelin star restaurants.
Okay.
I love them because they can take anything I can throw at them. And that includes a stovetop burner that can get up to, apparently, according to my thermometer, 700 degrees.
Cool.
Yeah. And it took it like a champ.
I am just cleaning up a little bit and supposed to paint a pig. I was supposed to do this. I was supposed to do that. I think I'm just going to throw for the rest of the night. And I'll do all the supposed to's tomorrow. But I do need some room here to for a water
Oh,
bucket.
that's cool. Are you a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan?
I haven't watched them since the 90s.
The entire series is up on Tubi, apparently.
Cool.
That's cool. Did not know that. I might actually start binge watching that.
I'm currently watching Grimm on Amazon Prime.
What? Grim as in like Grim fairy tales?
Yep.
Nice.
They made a detective show where the detective is a Grimm and he hunts all of the fairy tale bad people.
Oh, that's clever.
And it's set in like modern time, and it's just it's amusing, and I don't have to like actually stare at the TV because I
It
can
begs
just
the
put it on and keep working.
it begs the question, if he's hunting down the villains of the stories, like for example in Sleeping Beauty, would he be hunting down Maleficent, or would he be hunting down King Stefan?
Um,
Because if you want to get really technical, King Stefan was the bad guy in that one. If you go
so
by the original story.
I don't want to give too much away. So he he doesn't fight. They don't follow the stories. They follow the side effects of the stories. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. They follow the side effects of the stories. So like a woman is being put to sleep by something and nobody can wake her up. Um so they find the thing that put her to sleep to get her to um fix the problem, or they find the antidote.
So like in the event of say Snow White, they'd be looking for the apple.
Yes.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's a very different way of looking at it. And I don't have to look at the TV when I'm like watching it cuz I'm trying to work, and having to actually see the TV to see what's going on is not worth it. Um so I can listen to it while I work.
Uh-huh. Okay, this is embarrassing to not know. I've lived in Oklahoma all my entire life. Apparently in Tahlequah, there is a legit gravestone for Mr. Ed.
I don't doubt it. He was an icon.
Yeah, but I still wouldn't have. That's interesting. Because now I'm curious about going down there to see it.
Mhm.
Granted, the last time I was in Tahlequah, oh hell, I was in college and we were going to the OSBI.
All right, watch her bucket.
Meanwhile, I just realized it's 8 o'clock and I skipped dinner again.
All right.
The funny
Here
part
we
is I
go.
don't typically do that by habit.
What?
I said I just realized it's 8 o'clock and I skipped dinner again.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Forgot my sponge.
Yeah, that's stupid.
What is?
I saw an advertisement on Facebook. I was about to get excited, and then I realized, yeah, no, this wouldn't work. It was an advertisement for Chick-fil-A, and it says fathers eat free on Father's Day. I'm like, they're not open on Sunday, idiot.
Yep, yep.
I will say, for what it's worth, that would have been hilarious. I would have gone there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have recognized that. I don't frequent Chick-fil-A.
I don't go as often as I would like to, especially nowadays that I've learned they use peanut oil. But that being said, sometimes they are the most convenient.
Yeah, at the end of this, when I'm down to just like reclaim, because I've done whatever with bowls, I'm gonna do a bunch of 3-pounders that are like much thinner and far less
Uh-huh.
heavy.
Ooh, this sounds interesting. Bacon wrapped meatloaf cupcakes with mashed potato frosting and
Uh,
gravy icing.
yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm gonna have to clean out this grip. Well, while I'm cleaning tomorrow, maybe the grip will be cleaned out too.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay, I might actually seriously try that. I've got a recipe for root beer float whiskey gummies.
Interesting.
The only problem is the only whiskey I have is way too expensive to do that with.
Sure, why not? What way do I want you to go? Let's have you curly Q in that direction. Okay.
One of these days, there is one thing I do want to get my hands on. I want to get a combination grill and smoker.
Mm. Mhm. Okay. Now I can start throwing. 6-pounder, done. All right.
Oh, ow. That's clever. It says, the degree to which a person can grow is directionally proportional to the amount of truth they can accept about themselves without running away.
Yep.
That's accurate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. 6-pounder, done. All right, time to throw. Well, I had wanted to get 6-pounders done today. I may do that. It's 9 o'clock. We'll see what happens. Boop. All right. Let's see if I've had any chatter. Nope. Okay. Nope. Let us fix. Oh, no. That camera's paused. All right, let's. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Oh, my sponges are in here too. So I always thought it was funny when people were just like, I lost my sponge in my reclaim, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how do you do that? And then I did that. I mean, I got it out. Like, I'd felt it, but if you only wedge and you don't, like, squeeze your reclaim like I do, I totally get it now. So I got my hair did today, and I go to an amazing woman in Cresco, and she's like, I'm so sorry, they discontinued your purple. I'm like, it's cool. Let's see how the new purple turns out. She's like, it's gonna be blue. She's like, if you want me to, I can mix it with red. And I'm like, nah, let's see how it turns out. And I totally should have listened to her and had her add the red back to the horse.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just talking to people if they're watching.
No, I mean, I didn't mean to blow that train of thought.
What? Oh. Um, so when I go back to her in August before my show, I'm definitely gonna have her add red to the mix. Because my hair is very blue.
I
It is
mean,
definitely.
for what it's worth, you do pull that off.
Thank you.
I know plenty of people who, if they did blue hair, they would not work well.
Thank you.
I'm
Yeah.
probably one of them, I would say, unless it was a dark, dark, dark blue.
Yeah, I was very much expecting a little bit more purple than that, but their new purple is blue. Their new purple is not actually purple. So,
If I was gonna dye my hair at this point, I would probably go like roughly the color of your channel border here on this video.
of what? Of what
The
color?
color, yeah, the border color for your YouTube video here.
Oh, okay.
That kind of reddy purple.
Mm-hmm.
I
That is
believe
the
the
color that I will
technical
go
term is
with
burgundy.
come cranberry. Yeah, that's the color that I'll go with come November when I do the Christmas shows.
Hmm.
I will ditch the purple for a couple months. Okay.
I've noticed a lot of times lately on
Oh.
Facebook when you comment on a specific post, and the next thing you know, you get an AI scammer bot trying to send you comments.
So I'm part of a bunch of different clay groups, and I was looking for decals at one of the shows I was attending, and immediately I got hit up with someone who was just like, you're looking for decals? And I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm going to the Ohio show, looking to pick up there. And she's like, oh, okay. She's like, how many decals would you like? And I'm like, oh, this is a scam. 100%. All right, here we go. Let's fuck around with you for a little while. I got nothing to do. So I kept her going for like 2 or 3 days. Because, like, she knew nothing about decals. But, you know, she just kept saying, well, she needs money before she can, like, give me any information. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, no problem. How much money do you need? And she was like, $30. I'm like, cool. How many decals is that for? Well, I'm gonna need the $30 first. And I'm like, yeah, no problem. Totally get that. Absolutely will pay before delivery. How many decals? Well, how many do you want? 150. And she's like, yeah, no problem. And I'm like, wow, that's a deal. 150 decals for $30?
Right.
Wow. Yeah, 2 days. Just being obnoxious.
Now I hear that. Back before I met my wife, I actually caught one of those scammers in their own game trying to catfish me. And the hilarious part was I saw through it because I'm well aware of their culture. She was trying to claim she worked in the oil business, yet at the same time she wanted this much money because she wanted to come to the States to do this, that, and the other. And I'm thinking, yeah, sweetheart, if you are working in the oil business, you don't need my money.
Yep. Yep. And you are nowhere near your microphone.
I am, it's just at the wrong angle again. Meanwhile, I've got you at about half volume.
Okay.
Which is a testament to my speakers because I have my computer's volume set to 10%.
All right, we went up. Now we are going out. All right, let's slow you down a little bit.
Okay, that is
Okay.
clever.
£6 bowl thrown.
Gonna keep that because that could come in handy.
Okay. Whoa. I get water all over myself. That's helpful. Helpful. All right.
Ironically, your claims that I'm away from my mic came in handy if I think out loud.
Screwdriver.
Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that true wasabi actually has no heat?
I did not know that.
Yeah, even in Japan nowadays, actual wasabi, the plant itself, has become so rare that they've gotten to where they just use horseradish and add a little bit of food coloring to it.
Yep, I knew that. I just assumed that they tasted the same.
Nope. True wasabi has it's one of those where it's like it's more of a flavor difference than a heat. It doesn't punch you in the face the way horseradish does.
Okay. All right. Stupid bat time. Here we go. I said I wasn't going to use these tonight because I wasn't going to get frustrated with them. And it's the next one in the stack. Ooh, that one went on rather well. Nice. They're wibbly. Not a fan of these bats. Oop. Okay. Yeah, I have 2 games on Saturday. So I'm not going to be doing much throwing on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Saturday I'm going to leave for trimming whatever I do tomorrow. But since I'm planning on throwing all night tonight, I don't know, maybe I'll just trim tomorrow and maybe I'll throw Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
That could work. That could work.
I find it amusing after editing those aliens videos.
Uh-huh.
I've gotten to where every time I hear you IRL saying my brain automatically can picture that wave file.
Yeah. Unfortunately, is definitely a part of my vocabulary. I have
Oh, tell me about it. I'm the same way. Although nowadays I tend to more stutter, which is even more ironic.
Yeah, I've worked really hard to take it out of my vocabulary so many times now. and it just creeps its way back.
Sure. No, I understand that. Yeah, it took me forever to, shall we say, purge my system of using like all the time.
Yeah, that was the worst.
Because that was a
90s
real
kids.
popular one back in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
And I grew up in the era of when it was in its prime, and so it's like, well, shit.
Yep. It was a 90s thing too.
Touche. I mean, I was born in the 80s, so I understand that.
Yeah, same. Alright.
Meanwhile, I am attempting to hunt down my I want to hunt down my vacuum sealer because I want to attempt to dry age a couple of New York strips I have in my fridge.
Yeah, you said you were looking for that yesterday.
Did I?
Yeah, or maybe it was 2 days ago. I don't know.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Okay. Was watching somebody throw earlier, and their bat kept coming off the wheel.
Ooh boy.
As I'm throwing just now, I feel my bat wibbly wobbling, and I'm like, please don't come off the wheel. Can we not play that game today? Okay. Another 6-pounder. Done. Okay. Really? Okay. Well, apparently I just have to whine about these bats a whole lot, and they just start working for me. Oh.
Mhm.
Bloop.
Okay, apparently there is a Hello Kitty themed food truck coming near my city. Huh.
I had a Hello Kitty dollhouse when I was a kid.
I didn't learn about Hello Kitty until after I was an adult.
Um, I don't know anything about Hello Kitty other than I had a Hello Kitty dollhouse when I was a kid. I have no idea
Mm,
where Hello Kitty is from other than probably Japan, and I don't
yes.
know if it's a TV show or I don't know
If
what
my
it is.
memory is correct, it may be its own anime, but I would have to double check. All I know is I've got a friend on my wife's side of the family who is obsessed with it.
Okay. Yep.
To where if she lived in the States, I would have accused her of owning this food truck.
Yep. Other than the dollhouse, I know nothing about Hello Kitty. To think about where I'm gonna put this. I guess I can take that clay next. I have an ant that keeps walking around in circles trying to figure out where to go down here.
Say that again?
I have an ant that just keeps walking around in circles looking for food down here. He's a scout. And he just keeps running into clay.
I was gonna say, if the entire colony starts walking in circles, that's when you're in trouble.
Oh, have you ever seen an ant swarm?
Yes, I have. We typically get them when it rains too much.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I just had to spray down my mailbox because the damn colony filled it.
That sucks. I shouldn't laugh. That really sucks.
I was more amused than anything at this point because it was like I couldn't even reach my hand in to get my mail because the ants were that thick.
Oh,
And
I would.
so I took some bug spray, opened the vent, turned my head, covered my eyes, and went. I came back the next morning and it was beautiful. Dead
Nice.
corpses everywhere. And the sad part is my brain at the time thought, huh, this would have made an excellent spell component for Duvanian.
There you go.
Because there would have been plenty. Of course, that also, I'm still curious how that begs the question, why is she hunting for, oh, never mind, she's hunting for spell components to make the item.
Right.
Yeah, you can probably hear the switch flip in my head as I was pondering that aloud.
Yeah, like, so typically you have to spend 2,000 gold to make that item.
Yeah.
And while I'm going to make you spend some money, like, there's no reason that you can't go and find and plot point a lot of the items.
Sure. Especially given how story driven your campaigns are.
Right.
Wow. Which I do feel obligated to point out. Yes, I mentioned that a lot, but I have no problem with it. I'm actually amused by it. If you ask me, that's how D&D was meant to be.
Back in the day when females weren't allowed to play.
Yeah, that's like golf, which I find hilarious because golf in itself is an acronym. It literally stands for gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. Uh, Nowadays there are women golfers, which is hilarious. I have no problem with it. I just find it ironic.
Yep.
Matter of fact, I went to school with a female golfer. She still plays to this day.
Yeah, if you're in insurance, you're not getting anywhere unless you golf.
That explains a lot.
Okay?
Interesting. Because my dad likes to golf and he is recently getting into insurance.
Hmm.
Matter of fact, he's trying to get life insurance for Gene and I.
It's easy to get.
It's easy to get, yes, but the trick is trying to find a reputable company that you can afford.
I would go to Thrivin is a Christian company.
How do you
And
spell that?
THRI Thrive THRIVE wait Thrivent VENT.
THRIVENT.
Yep, VENT, Thrivent Life Insurance. It's a Christian company, and their rates are really good. And yeah, they hold all of ours. I really like that company. And they can get Lily coverage for like $100 a year that she can keep
Excuse
for
me?
like, well, it's probably like 150 now, but that she'll have for the rest of her life.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I will
Yep.
let Dad know.
Yep. Yep, our entire family has it.
Okay, I will call them tomorrow. My phone's in the other room, dang it. Okay, I'm going to get cheeky and I'm going to send myself a message on Facebook.
There you go. Okay, another 6-pound bowl done.
That's your cute way of saying he has all of them. I understand that. I have most of them. Sheesh. I do know. Oh, never mind. I already mentioned that.
Okay.
Wait, what? How much are you? Interesting. Holy crap. Smoky jalapeno popper meatloaf with creamy ranch drizzles.
See, I have my father who was a toddler, and
Wait, what?
he doesn't eat. He eats like a toddler. He has hot dogs and chicken fingers.
Okay.
So anything I cook has to be toddler approved.
Well, let's put it this way. I can be a picky eater on occasion, and I would scarf this. As a matter of fact, holy crap, this is even carnivore friendly. Interesting. I'm going to make this.
Oh, come on.
What?
The clay won't come out of the bag.
Oh.
Trying to finagle
I thought
18
you were-
pounds of clay with one hand to try to get a piece out.
18 pounds one handed?
Yeah.
On a good day, I probably could.
Yeah, but it's like sticky and it won't come apart.
Oh, yeah. Well, also, yeah. I'm also being reminded of the fact that there's a difference between wet weight versus dry weight.
Yeah, it's not like it's an 18-pound dumbbell. It's like 3 pieces
Well,
of
no, I
clay
mean,
that won't come apart.
no, I mean in the sense of like I'm used to carrying 2 gallons of milk in one hand, and each gallon weighs 10 pounds.
Yeah.
where that's a liquid. This clay, I'm assuming, is not.
No, it's I guess it's a solid. There's a lot of water in it, but
I mean, you could technically make the argument that clay is a non-Newtonian solid, given that you can mold it.
yeah. All right.
And I say technically because semantically, no, that is not accurate, but that's not the
Yeah.
point.
All right.
Yeah, make sure.
Okay. Oh, we went up, and now we go out. Woo! First we go wibbly. Then we fix it. Then we go out. And then we have another 6-pounder done. Okay. At the very least, I am liking my big bowl shapes. Like, this is phenomenal. Okay.
Dag nabbit.
Dag nabbit.
Yeah, that's an old school one. Or have you not heard that one before?
I've heard it before, but I've also heard you personally say it like 100 times, if not 1,000.
Oh. Well, it's my attempt at trying to watch what I say now that Lily's here. It's like I don't want her developing the same mouth I did.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I going to have to set up my chairs again because I have no room again? Damn it.
I love how a lot of casserole style recipes or whatnot, when they call for milk, they call for like 3 tablespoons. I'm like, what the hell am I gonna buy for that small of an amount of milk, you know? Because you can't buy them by the pint anymore like you did back in the old days.
Yes, you can. They're just really expensive. They're in
Okay,
like
fair.
the single serve area.
Fair. They're hard to come by here. Of course, would that I could just go do raw milk. But unfortunately, my nearest raw milk source is too far for me to be comfortable driving.
Mm.
Especially considering I'm legally blind.
Yeah. Okay. Come on. Oop. Plop. All right.
Thanks to watching an old Disney flick, another one I picked up lately was Confounded.
Which movie?
The Sword and the Stone.
Mm. Haven't seen that probably since it came out.
Well, it came out before you were born, so if you saw it when it came out, I would be very confused.
When did it come out?
I want to say early 60s?
Really?
Yes, let me double check that.
Is there a
I
newer
think
version? I mean, I probably just saw
yes,
like a remastered version, but like,
maybe because the original movie came out in 1963,
okay.
or
Yeah,
at least the Disney version.
yeah, I'm assuming I saw like the remastered whatever version.
They made a remastered version in the 90s. Yeah,
Yeah, that would probably be it.
it came out in August of whatever year it came out. I remember that much because that was the preview that came on repeat most of the time.
Yep, I'm gonna
August was
say
sort of
that I have not seen
September.
that movie since August, September, whatever, of whatever year in the 90s.
Ah, interesting. Okay, I apparently need to give Skirt Steak another chance.
Oh, skirt sticks yummy.
Yes, it is when done properly. I have not figured out how to do it properly.
That's fair.
The last 3 times I tried to make it, it came out very tough and very dry.
Mm. Crockpot.
Come again?
Crockpot.
I'm assuming you would have to brown it first before putting it in the crock pot?
Yeah.
Okay. Which my argument is, if it's already in the pan to be browned, why bother?
Because I can go to work and come home and have dinner.
Touche. Nowadays, I would be more inclined to agree with you. And again, I have to be in the mood to use my crock pot because when I make a crock pot meal, said meal never leaves the crock pot until it's gone.
Oh, yeah.
And the funny part is, despite what the FDA claims, you can very easily and very safely leave that crock pot on the quote unquote warm setting for the entire week. I've done that so many times now, I've lost track, and I've never had any problems. Also, there's a cultural concept built around that idea. Have you ever heard of what's known as, I think they called it forever stew?
Uh-huh.
Same concept.
Yeah.
So if they can do that, a crock pot should be perfectly safe. Oh, hell yes. No, because I just found a recipe for steak and cheese quesadillas. At that rate, part of me wonders how well that. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to try and cook a skirt steak in the air fryer. I could, but I would wager that would make a mess of my air fryer with all the um um
Spatter.
yeah. I find it hilarious. I bring up you saying a lot, and now I'm the one doing it.
Okay, we went up. And now we go out.
Aw. One of my friends apparently just lost one of his friends, and he only figured it out when he noticed he hadn't seen him online in a long time.
Mm.
That's why I'm trying to keep in contact with that same friend who, long story short, the other day was diagnosed with sepsis.
Oh, that
Apparently,
sucks.
as of yesterday, he now has pneumonia instead. So it's like, well, on the good news is the former's been treated. On the bad news is the latter is still lethal if ignored.
Mm-hmm. Thinking I'm gonna go out with this one. Thinking this one's gonna be a V.
You know how sometimes you see an online site where you test a product to see if the site is legit? And then when that product turns out to be great, you're like, okay, now I found a new best friend?
No, I've never done that.
Oh, I just recently found a site where now I purchase all my pomegranate juice because they actually sell you decent pomegranate juice and it's comparatively cheap.
Cool.
For example, I can get an entire liter of pomegranate juice for $9.
Cool. All right, thinking that's my V. You are a little wibbly on top, but I will let you be wibbly until you dry a little bit. Okay. Another 6-pound bowl done. And like these things are massive. Like the 6-pound bowls are massive. But if you're using like big skeins of yarn, like the baby blanket yarn and stuff like that,
Uh-huh.
you're going to want something that can like hold it. And it's also going to shrink 10% in the kiln.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to do a bunch of 6-pound, a bunch of 4-pound, and then with whatever reclaim I have left from pots that I screwed up, I'm going to make a bunch of really light 3-pound ones
Uh-huh.
for people that like to use like cotton like I do, because my stuff needs to be like, I need to use cotton so that it burns off in the kiln
Uh-huh.
without a bunch of problems.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So all right, where are you going?
Hmm.
I feel like I'm gonna have to put those chairs down again. Fine. Ooh. Tomorrow, when I'm not on camera, I will take all of the ones that I trimmed today And I will bring them up to the garage to dry with plastic over them.
Uh-huh.
But that is a tomorrow problem because nobody needs to watch me huffing up and down the stairs 100,000 times. Actually, you can't even see me huffing up and down the stairs because I'm off camera, but still. So, tomorrow.
I'm actually, to be honest, more amused by the wall behind you.
Behind me here?
Yeah, is that a legit 90s style panel wall?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
100%. Yep, there's a staircase right behind me.
That is beautiful.
Yep. The people that my parents bought this house from, because I'm in the basement right now, obviously, they made this into a bar.
Nice.
So there's like a half wall kind of thing right there that they built out, I guess. And it holds all of our boxes and electrical and stuff for the trees.
Mm-hmm.
And they have this safe from like, I don't even know when, but it weighs 5,000 pounds that I would love to get rid of. Um, but
So, hang on.
I can't lift it.
Fascinating.
That's better.
Hmm.
Um, I've had this clay out of the bag for a while now, so it was super stiff.
Uh-huh.
So I had to work it a little bit, and it got better.
Heyo.
One more. Wibble, 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 wibble. And back down. Okay.
Yeah. That's freaking deep. It says, here's a simple way to define discipline. Do it motivated, but do it unmotivated as well.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Slow you down. And nope. It's so funny. I'm like, I'm getting tired. I wonder what time it is. Oh, look at that. It's just after 10 o'clock. Yep.
Right?
Yeah, we went to my friend's birthday party the other day, and I felt so bad because I was so tired. And she's like, please do not feel like you have to stay. I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm kind of sort of planning to be home by 10. And she's like, okay. And at that point, it was like 8 or something like that. Like, it was sad.
Yeah. It's one of those where it's like, on a good day, I can be a night owl, but nowadays, I don't like to be.
Yep,
And especially now that I have Lily.
that's fair.
Because at this point, my job as a stay at home parent is 24/7, pretty much.
Yep, that's how that works.
And I heard my wife in the background laugh when I said that.
All right, and we went up. Now we go out. Let's slow this down. All right. I haven't even been putting any music on since I've been logging into chat and whatnot. Oh.
Okay, now I feel old. Halo 3 came out the year I graduated high school. And that was almost 20 years ago. Good lord.
Yeah, they just had, or they're having our 25th reunion in November.
Yeah.
All right. So this one's wibbly, but I think that I'm just going to cut the notch out of that wibbly area. Okay. That one might not stand, but we're going to see. Let me cut the notch out of that wibbly area here, and we'll see how that goes. Otherwise, I'll reclaim it, and it'll be a new pot. I feel like I need to stick something in there. Okay. All right.
Well, that was random. I'll be right back. Okay.
Need to get new rollers for this chair. And or I need to clean the floor. I mean, really, I need to clean the floor. But, okay. All right. Boop.
Sorry about that. My baby was having a nightmare. Yeah, to my surprise, we have confirmed babies can, in fact, have nightmares.
The
It's
light! The light! Don't go near the light!
right? I can't help it. It's so beautiful. Did you get that message I sent you?
I don't know. I haven't been looking at my computer. I just kind of look every once in a while to make sure that nobody's posted in the chat from people watching.
Mm.
I try not to touch the mouse and keyboard as much as possible while I'm throwing. Okay.
Hmm.
I wonder why my left shoulder hurts, and then I'm like, oh yeah, this would be why. This move right here.
Huh?
Forcing my
Yeah, that
hand down
would.
into the clay to open. That would be why my left shoulder hurts. Right there in a nutshell.
Yep. Same thing with me and my lower back.
What do you do with
Carrying
your
a
lower back?
bending over to deal with Lily.
Huh. Okay, slow your roll.
Because I am paradoxically too short and too tall for the various surfaces we use to uh, either change her, feed her, etc.
Mhm. Dining room table and or couch work really well for both.
Yeah, I don't dare use our couch now that she's rolling.
Mm.
And especially now that we have hardwood floors.
I use my office desk when I'm babysitting.
Well, my office desk is taken up. If I was going to use something else, I would probably use my piano bench if I had to do something like that. Mm.
All right.
Holy crap. Are you a sports fan by chance?
Nah.
I'm not either, but this post a friend of mine made has me even more where I'm just like, yikes. He says he looked up the ticket prices to the NBA finals. The Yeah, the cheap seats were from $365 to $486 a piece. Courtside was 24,300. Inside the average was around $1,147 each.
Yeah. Some people have money to burn and they're really into sports.
Yeah, no kidding. I will say, for what it's worth, now I understand why in the sitcom Friends, Matthew Perry's character was so excited to get courtside seats. Because holy shit, those would be expensive season tickets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to bet season seats courtside could probably pay for my house.
Probably.
Well, no, my condo. This house, not so much.
All right. We went up. We're a little wibbly. Let's try to fix that.
Mm. I will say one thing I would have to get used to if I ever decided to do pottery would be getting my hands covered in wet clay constantly. Because the autistic in me, that would be driving me crazy.
Yeah, I had a friend who came and poured for me for like 2 days. And he was like, he spent half the time trying to wipe off his hands. And I'm just like, dude, this is not going to work. Like, you're going to be dirty until you go up for lunch.
Eh. That's the same reason why I was never that kid that would play in the mud. Never really cared to get myself dirty.
I had plenty of mud to play in the house. I didn't need to go outside to play in mud.
What the hell?
Third generation ceramist.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Plenty of mud inside of the house to play with.
Mm.
Oh, am I going to lose you? I don't want to lose you. I think I'm
Ain't
going to
going
lose
nowhere.
you. Now the pot. First one I lost today. All right. Into the reclaim. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. What am I doing next? Let's do some 4-pounders. Oh. Eh. Oh. 4-pounder. Okay. I've done 6-pounders. So now we're going to play with some 4-pounders. There's 5 4-pounders in a bag. So I may get 5 of these done before I start bagging stuff up for the night. We'll see. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about where I'm at with this challenge. While I'm away, I think I'm going to think about what I specifically want to do for July. For like hook holders and notion bowls, and I do want to make a couple of oil things, and I want to make a couple of teacups. Because even if I don't get them, even if I can't bring them to shows, I can still put them up on the website. I keep hearing blub bloop.
You keep hearing what?
Blub bloop from Discord.
Oh. I'm not getting any reading on my end, so it's not coming from TSI. Also, I told my dad about that life insurance company you mentioned.
Oh, okay.
I am very curious to see what he says.
Hmm.
Because most of the time when I advertise stuff to him, it never goes well. But then again, he is insanely fastidious.
That's fair. as you should be. Yeah, and
Well,
honestly,
I
the
mean,
only reason I would even recommend them is because our entire family has them, and when both of my grandmothers passed away, there was, no issue. Everything just went through quickly and smoothly, and um, yeah, it all just worked. And they even took Gary, with him being a pilot. All right. 4-pounder. Done. These little bats are so much nicer to find a home for. Damn it. Damn it. Plop. Okay. Yeah, at some point tomorrow I need to take time to
Alright.
prep for my Saturday games.
Yeah. I am looking forward to this Saturday's game.
That's good.
Which reminds me, I forgot to ask Mike if we are doing the Saturday morning game.
He'll be back Friday, so I would. No. So I would assume so if he normally does it.
I have learned not to assume
Okay.
because that's what I made the mistake of today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, today
You
was
know,
weird.
I was
He went out with Gary. It was sort of a last minute thing.
that explains why it was not put up ahead of time on his. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't find out till I think Tuesday. I think. Alright, let's fix you up.
That was cool. For a brief moment, that one clay section spinning looked like a strapless dress.
Interesting.
Yeah, that shows you how my brain works.
All
I'll
right.
see images in things that nobody else does. And it makes my wife think I'm crazy half the time.
Well, and you're also looking at it from a different angle than I'm looking at it from.
Touche.
Screwdriver is up here. Another 4 pound. Ugh, done.
Now, when you say 4 pound bowl, does that mean the bowl weighs 4 pounds or that it can hold 4 pounds?
That it started off with a 4 pound ball of clay.
Oh. Speaking of which, I'd never even thought about that. What's the weight limit on these bowls?
I don't know. Depends on how you hold it, I guess. If you hold it by the rim, it's going to be a whole lot less sturdy than if you hold it from the bottom.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, as far as I'm aware, there's not really, I mean, it's stoneware, so it's as long as you're not dropping heavy objects into it, the glaze won't crack. And I can't imagine you putting anything heavy enough to make it crack. Because
Dad, have it.
it could easily hold itself up with, it could easily hold its own amount of clay. Like, filling it up with clay would be, could easily hold that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't really consider weight limit. I more consider, stop that. How many ounces / gallons it can hold.
That would be 126. I want to see what happens. 2 weeks. looking at being 60 something. I am seriously tempted. Interesting. And then I have to remind myself, oops, I've got an open mic.
Yep. Yeah, like you were talking like money-wise before for like how much the clay costs and whatnot. Like the clay is relatively cheap. Glaze, on the other hand, glaze for this size bowl will probably cost me $10
For how much?
for this size bowl. For
Wait, each?
yeah, depending on what I want to do with it. Yep. It'll have 6 layers of glaze, and it'll take probably somewhere between 8 and 16 ounces of glaze,
Fascinating.
depending on the glaze. Yeah. Plus 2 firings in the kiln, so each time I run the kiln costs me about $30.
Wait, say that again?
Each time I run the kiln
Uh-huh.
is about $30. So if I can get like 36 things in there, so let's say $2, because I have to run them twice. So let's say $2 for each piece to go through the kiln.
Mm-hmm.
And then I pay $1,000 a month for insurance for the business. So if I sell if I if I sell 100 pieces a month, let's say, that's what is that? $10 a piece for the insurance. Yeah. Owning a business is stupid.
Yeah. Trying to do a business that's effectively a giant ass GoFundMe, some would say, is even stupider, but I'm still convinced that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
What?
My YouTube business.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I'm hoping to get enough like views on shorts and whatnot to make a couple dollars here and there.
Right?
We'll see if that actually works or not.
Speaking from experience, when you reach the payment threshold, make sure to take a note of your payee ID.
Okay.
Because if you lose that, they cannot get you your money.
Interesting.
Learn that the hard way. Now I've got money that's just sitting on ice because I can't access it. And YouTube is not somebody that you can just call on customer service and say, "Hey, help me."
No. Nope.
I tried that. I even tracked down the PayPal company that this group works with, and even they were like, "Well, I don't know what to do." I'm like, "Can you not send me a new ID?"
Yeah.
So at this rate, I'm basically at this point considering just taking my other channel and turning that into the main one.
Mhm.
Huh.
2 more balls of clay tonight. You can put one there. I can leave one on the wheel. That will be it for the night. Oh. Come on.
Oh, welcome back.
Hello again.
Hello.
You said that the place opens at 10,
Yep.
and it's really close to here.
I think it's a half an hour from there. Not even. I don't think so. Oh, Google it.
I don't. What is it? Just Polar X?
I don't know. Yeah, go to type in Polar X Ornaments, go to their website, and grab their address.
Have you ever had a huckleberry?
Have I ever had what?
Is it the
Huckleberry?
No.
Jolly Christmas Jolly Christmas shop?
No.
Oh, sorry, Gary.
Nope, just
Polar
Polar
X
X.
Ornaments.
Yep.
Gotcha. And then ornament stocking, table toppers, decor,
There should be an
snow
About
globes,
Us section
accessories, back in stock.
or a Contact Us section.
My account login. No, that's not right. Maybe at the bottom.
Yep.
My account, cart, checkout, account links. Useful links, popular links.
There's not a
Okay,
Contact
there it
Us.
is. 17000 Fultz Industrial Parkway, Strongville.
Yep, it's them.
Ohio. I don't really have like a time limit, right? Other than like I have a very long drive home.
Because it's Friday, I think it's either until 12 or until 2.
Uh huh.
Are you thinking about
Just
going somewhere
wondering.
fun tomorrow?
Not necessarily. Just wondering. 14 minutes from here.
Okay.
Wondering how. Okay. So yeah, it's not far from here, and then it would be, however flung back home. Just wondering, like, I mean, obviously the hotel we have a certain time to check out by, and then you know, trying to figure out what time to get up. I think if we get up at 9, it's probably fine, right? You would think, Allie?
Yeah.
Get up at 9. They don't have breakfast here, but we can
Oh, they
either
don't?
grab breakfast on the. No, yeah, not. Yeah, I asked since 2021 they haven't had breakfast.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
fine.
mean, I'm used to getting up like 7:30, 8 o'clock, so.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know, like somewhere between 8 and 9. And we'll plan to be out of here at 10. Out of here. I mean, if we get out of here earlier, then we get to them earlier. But if we leave here at 10, I think that's fine. And
I'll set my alarm at 8:15.
yeah, and then.
Oh, Mike. Adam was wondering if there's game tomorrow.
Huh?
Adam was wondering if there's game tomorrow.
You mean Saturday?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Saturday, yeah, there should be.
Okie dokie. I was wanting to plan ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be home like by Friday evening,
Okay.
and I have enough stuff prepped that I feel like I have maybe at least like 2 or 3 sessions worth of stuff ahead of.
Oh, there's another water in here if you want.
No, you did clear like an admirable amount of rooms the last session.
Nice.
Which for our group is saying something.
Huh.
Let's put it this way, Gary. I highly doubt you would have the patience for our group in Dungeon of the Mad Mage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're the group that stops and inspects everything.
If Willow was still playing, Willow would stop and inspect everything.
I mean,
Yes, but
you can stop and inspect everything. Just understand that it's gonna take forever to finish.
exactly.
But yeah,
Well, and I feel like we're missing like secret doors and like items and stuff
yeah,
and
for sure.
lore
True.
and
I mean, the order of which you've explored things has been amusing too. Like, there's been stuff like at the ground level that you never even like explored until you were like almost done with like the second. Yeah. Which led to the whole chase scene with the forge spurned and a hellhound.
Oh yeah, that was fun. Although I will say, I will never forget that blasted cauldron. That left a mark on me where I'm just like, I'm gonna remember this for years.
Cool.
those are
For
the best
context,
moments.
Allie, we went up against effectively what was a living soup.
Nice. I approve.
Sentient bad food.
Basically. Maybe sludge was a more appropriate term than soup, but yes.
And you decided that you wanted to just dive right into the next level.
I was taking advantage of Catfall.
Just because you can doesn't
Exactly.
mean you should.
I know, but not gonna lie, I also wanted to see what Aniko would say when I did that. Because half the time I can get her to laugh.
Okay.
You still working?
Maybe.
Yeah. I should set my alarm. Set 8:30.
I totally didn't start throwing just because I wanted to instead of doing other stuff. Totally didn't do that.
Oh yeah.
Hmm. I'm pretty sure the exact words were, "Nobody's here to stop me."
Well, you know what they say: when the cat's away, the mice will play.
Exactly. So I played with some clay. Maybe a whole
Yeah,
lot.
I can see you're still alive, and I can see you're currently throwing a white something.
It's gonna be round in a second. Hold on. Keep watching. Ready? Ready? Here we go. And out.
It's funky to watch it wobble like that.
Wobble, wobble. Wobble, wobble.
Hmm.
Slow you down. See?
Huh.
And
Yeah.
out.
Nice.
Less wobble. All right, but I'm officially out of flat space again.
Yeah, that is a forever problem.
Well, tomorrow I have to bring all of the ones that I trimmed today upstairs. And then I'll have a whole lot more room down here. And I will trim everything that I did today. Ah, damn it.
I am having to constantly remind myself that there is a delay on YouTube
Yes.
because my brain is trying to automatically read your lips as you talk, and then I realize, hey, it's not going to match.
Nope.
Right.
And the funny part is when I stream on Twitch, I have to remind myself of that too, because there's like a roughly 7-second delay.
Oh.
Oh, not much.
Come again?
That much.
That
Yeah.
much of a delay?
Roughly.
Hmm.
At least according to what I've been told. I don't know how accurate that is personally, but I haven't tested it.
Well, it works really
Also,
nicely when you have a producer type person so that if they need to cut your mics, they can do it from the streaming platform instead of your cameras. And
Yeah.
then, yeah, you can just be cut off.
Yeah.
Also, my hands are wrinkly because I've had my hands in clay for a really long time.
Yeah, a really long time.
I mean, also in my defense, it's also one of those where it's like I have never tried streaming with my internet hooked directly into my router rather than relying on a Wi-Fi signal that can
Oh,
come and go as it pleases.
yeah, that's what we do. We plug in directly.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see how that's going to go for me. Especially considering what I pay for internet.
Yeah, internet's pricey.
Yeah, it cost me almost $150 a month.
Yeah, we don't pay for that much internet.
I mean, I'm doing so I can stream in 4K, but at the same time, we also use it to communicate with my in-laws.
Yeah.
And if you've got a slow internet connection, trying to talk to them is going to be a bitch.
All right. Heading off.
All right, I need to baggy stuff up and then I will also be heading off.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate
Good
bagging
night.
stuff up. Night.
Take care, Gary. See you
Yep.
later, Mike.
I'll be in touch tomorrow.
All right, have fun, guys. Be safe.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Actually made sure to say goodbye to Mike this time now that I knew he was there.
Yep.
I still feel guilty about last time, but oh well. Nothing I can do now.
You're good. um, he probably wasn't even paying attention last time. Ugh. I lost my train of thought. I don't know what I was saying.
That's
I'm mostly
interesting.
concerned with the rims of these things. I want the rims to stay wet.
Uh-huh.
So when I baggie them, I don't really care if the bag makes it all the way down to the bottom of the pot, as long as the top of the pot is covered. Is nap time.
I am very curious to see how this would go. Have you ever had beef bacon?
No.
I did not know it was a thing until recently, but given where bacon comes from, it makes sense because there is such a thing as beef belly, of course.
Yeah. I was having one of my Jewish cousins over one time, and I'm just like, hey, do you eat pork? And he's like, no. Ew. I'm like, okay, cool. So I bought turkey bacon. And he's like,
Which is hilarious because I'm Jewish and I have no problem with it.
what's wrong with your bacon? What do you mean? It's turkey bacon. And he's like, well, what's wrong with bacon? I'm like, you just told me you don't eat pork. And he's like, bacon isn't pork. I'm like, oh, you're just an idiot. Okay, that's fair.
Wow. Did he
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, he thought it was beef. 100%.
I mean, again, there is such a thing as beef bacon, but
Yeah.
that's fascinating.
Like, okay. Got it. Ugh. All right, you guys are all trimmed. You'll survive the night. Need some bags.
Oh my god, that's oh boy. That's genius, but at the same time, damn, that's cold. He says, "Don't key his car. What you do is peel the sticker off their license plate."
Okay, I'm good with that. Never been much of a king car kind of girl, so.
I don't understand it myself because I wouldn't be able to do it for several reasons. One, good conscience. Two, it would drive my ears insane.
Oh, yeah, the ear thing wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, I can hear dog whistles.
Yeah, I don't care. I can deal with anything for 30 seconds. All right. Baggie. Baggy. Baggy. One of them I think I dented. One of them I don't think is making it out of this into the trimming process, but that's okay.
Mm.
It will go into the reclaim pile and it will.
Does
Yeah.
there ever come a point where it's not possible to reclaim it?
Nope. Nope. Just keep going.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So even if, okay, what if it was already, shall we say, finished?
Oh, yeah. No, if it's fired, nope. Then you can make grog out of it and add it to clay, but you can't just use it as clay.
You can make what?
It's called grog. It's like little particles that are in certain clays. My favorite clay is buff with grog. It makes it more stable as you're pulling up. It doesn't flop around as much.
I assume
So
it also potentially gives it a gritty texture.
it's very gritty, which is, you can't really see it right now because my hands are dirty. But
Also, YouTube's lagging again.
that's fair. But right here and right here, I have wheel burn from the grog on the wheel. And while I was centering, I put my hand down and it ran over it so many times because I didn't clean my wheel off because I don't know why I was tired or stupid that day. And so I got rug burn kind of a thing on my wrist and arm from the wheel.
Well, I hear that.
Yep. Oh yeah, all the scraps on the floor, all the scraps in the wheel, all the scraps in all of my buckets is all reclaim. Tomorrow I'm going to reclaim my random mix stuff, water down the next big portion of it, and then clean my wheel, get that into the reclaim.
Are you required to use a special type of water for the clay?
Nope,
Or does just basic tap water work?
I just use tap water. We have shitty water. It has chlorine and all kinds of crap in it. And yep, just use tap water. Don't matter. There's so many different opinions on how to reclaim clay and how to wedge and how everyone has their opinion. And I've found that a lot of pottery people, I'm trying to be correct about this, are just blatant assholes to people online when they do it a different way and they think that you are wrong. So I try to, there was somebody online that was just like, I took a couple of pottery classes and someone was selling a kiln for like $100. So I bought it and it's pretty much brand new and it's an old school one, so I don't know how to work it. I need help. And the responses they got from Facebook, I was like, okay. So I sent her a message and I said, hey, I'm DMing you because I saw the other responses and a lot of it turned mean. So I wasn't really sure if you were even checking responses anymore. But I have a kiln very similar to yours. So if you want me to, I would be willing to hang out with you in a video call or whatever and talk you through how to use your kiln. If you do not want direct messages, please feel free, just let me know, and I will stop messaging you right now. But if you are interested in help, please let me know. And she wrote back and she's just like, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm really trying to learn, but I understand that I need to get, because everyone was just like, well, you need to go online and you need to get a booklet and you need to read how to use your own kiln. And I'm like, I'm not telling you not to read the booklet, but I'm not sure. I've read a kiln booklet before, and I'm not sure that I could figure out how to use my kiln from its booklet without prior knowledge.
I understand that. I've read similar booklets on different calibers that assume you have at least some working knowledge.
Yeah.
That's why I'm very picky when it comes to if I wanted to get into coding, for example. I've learned the hard way. Don't rely on something like Coding Dojo.
Yeah. And so we talked for a long time about what her experience is and what my experience is and like how much fun she's having with it and how she really wanted to do more, but she couldn't reliably get into the kiln out the studio. And when this came up for sale, she was really skeptical about it, so she had someone else come and check it out for her, and she's so excited. And everyone's just like, go take a pottery class, read the damn booklet. You're not going to learn anything here. And I'm like, wow, okay, cool. So, yeah, we had a really good conversation. It was nice. She's getting the electrical put into her house. So once that's done, she's going to let me know. But, yeah, she has one of the old school. It's not electronic, so it doesn't run off of a computer. It runs off of a cone. So what that means is you have 3 prongs and there's the center prong is always up. Well, the center prong falls, but it lays on top of a cone. And when the cone gets to a certain degree, it melts and it drops that center piece. And when that center piece drops, then the kiln shuts off because it got up to temperature.
I see.
Yeah. So old school firing, that's how it works. I still have a kiln that does that. And that's just what I grew up with. But you have to understand how to, on the outside of the kiln, you have to hold the button in the position while putting the cone on the inside. Like you have to have one hand on the outside of the kiln, one hand on the inside of the kiln, putting the cone in so that it latches into position. And I don't think I could get that from a booklet. Like, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm really excited for her to like start this whole thing. But yeah, people so okay, yeah, back to reclaim. Some people are like, you can't get it too wet. You have to get it watery and then mix it with a mixer so that you get every tiny little gritty bit out. And then you have to lay it down on a slab and let it dry out. And other people are like, no, don't do that. You have to put it in a bag with a little bit of water, submerge that bag in a bucket of water to force the water into the clay and leave it like that. And there's so many different ideas behind getting water into clay. And I just kind of sit here and I'm like, guys, you overthink this a whole lot. Like, I put all my crap in a bucket with some water, and then once it's to a soft consistency, I just mush it up with my hands. I don't really care about like if it's not the same consistency at that point. And then as long as I can mush it up with my hands, I just dump it out onto a board and let it sit for a little bit, like overnight or so. And then the next morning, I'll cut it up and mush it all together, get all the air bubbles out, and then I'll wedge it. Like, you guys are way overthinking this. And I said something along those lines. Like I gave my exact process of like what I do, and I got so many hate comments of you can't do that, it won't work.
To which I would have been like, bite me, I've done it.
And I'm like, I just ignored them. I think I responded to like one or two because they were really like over the charts, like just crazy. And I was like, cool, because it worked this morning.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, guys, you are way overthinking this. But I mean it. And I want to say it's a little bit different if you're working in a studio because then you need it to be the proper consistency and it needs to be like really correct for like you to give to people to throw with, especially
Hang on.
beginners. But like I can take a ball of clay and I can like squeeze it and go, you're still too wet. Okay. Or, oh, you're kind of getting on the dry side. And then I like put it in a bag and I spray it down with water and I just wrap it up and ignore it for a little while. And the water that I've sprayed into it will just kind of get absorbed by the clay and it'll get soft again. But again, people just overthink things and they have to be right. Have to be. There's no other way. It's clay and water. It's fine. Don't stress too hard. But, And on that note, I think I'm going to break that piece and go to bed. I will see if I can fix that in the morning. All right. Have a good one. And if anybody's watched today, thank you so much for following along in my 100 yarn bowls in 30 days challenge. I will pick it back up again tomorrow.